We only have half. We'll wait the 15 minutes.
Delay for 15 minutes.
foreign check at 1. We had 5 to 12 sections. All of the sections have delegated their vote. But according to your standing orders, if we don't have more than half of the participants, we cannot start the assembly. And so we decided to call in 15 minutes delay. So we will start with 20.
No,
20. As my computer is in Portuguese. So 10 minutes later, so 9 minutes from now, if we already have all of the sections, I don't mind if we start it earlier, but if we don't, that will be official. So 9 minutes. I will try to do the quorum now. Okay, so ESN Bora, ESN Lucia, Regotti, ESN Kalmar, ESN Kalmar, saying yes, because I'm looking up and down. ESN Kalmar, ESN Nishapi, ESN Kalmar, ESN Lund, ESN Malmö, ESN Skövde, ESN Stockholm, ESN Uppsala, ESN Gotland. Okay. So, oh, has anybody seen me? Did it come? Okay, so let's do the missing call because we don't have 10 minutes. So in 7 minutes, we'll start.
I mean, we
He's
have
not
more
here by then.
we have more than theoretically.
As you know. Let's see if it's ESN buttons. People and rejoin.
Pictures after. Pictures after.
Or pictures after. So this is to the NA in We're really happy to have you here. Um, for starters, are you doing the slides? We're starting with you. And then I'll ask Matt to come up and tell you a few words. Lovely, thank you, Laura. Now we're talking about the most exciting. Okay, go to the next one. There we go. First email. We call it first one. We have five sections out of the 12. It's important that you guys are here on time so that we don't delay the agendas and that we can, like, do the topics in their timely order in the sense that if we're looking at a certain amount of time for the next topic, that amount of time is like the minimum, which means that if you come in delay, it means that it will delay the whole day. And I don't think that you guys also want to leave late because you want to go afterwards to do your own lives, social program, and all of that stuff. So please be on time. I hope that I see everybody on time tomorrow. But yeah, thank you for those that were on time. For those that weren't, be mindful of that. Be in working conditions. Yeah, it's also good like discussing important topics for the whole federation, specifically for ESN Sweden. And this means that for super fun and all of that. It's really nice. It's really cool hanging out with other people, enjoying your time there. But at the end of the day, we're here with a very specific purpose, which is to discuss the future of the ESN Sweden as a federation and to discuss important topics that will have an impact not only on your local sections, but also on upcoming boards and section like members of your sections. So we're here really discussing important topics that are long term, that are strategic topics. So please be part of the transition so that we can have productive and discussions that actually get us somewhere that improve the overall state of the government. And respect each other. Please be mindful of just when you're talking to each other, just be mindful that you're speaking with another human being, and so respect is important. That you just, are mindful of the fact that at the end of the day, we're all humans, we're all doing our best, and you just have to be mindful in the way that you address other people. And then we have the speakers, please. Thank you for our lovely Stockholm for this want to speak, you can raise your hand. If you want to comment, you can raise your finger, front direct, two fingers, and then if you want to silence, you've already seen it, so like please speak, comment, reaction, oh, and then which is like this. And another important topic, when asking your questions, and add your name and your profession. This will make the minutes taking so much easier. And so we really, really kindly ask that you everybody uses this beautiful QR code to do the questions. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Veronica. But yeah. Oh, can you go back? Okay. And then keep your questions short and precise. Let's try to do a maximum, not try, we're doing a maximum of questions at a time. Don't repeat if you feel like somebody has already asked you to just say, I'm covered, and then we'll move on to the next question. Is this clear? If you address someone personally with their name, the person has the right to answer, suspending the speakers list. However, this is not like, imagine, I speak, Michelle then is addressed in when I speak, so he comments back. Like we don't start the discussion from this. He can answer, he cannot start the discussion. So I don't go back and
as a reaction.
Yeah, it's a reaction, and then it goes as a reaction from like whoever is all after. Like it doesn't. If I don't allow you to do that, the reaction right after, like you're not starting a discussion, basically. The speakers list will be continued after this person has answered. Do not be afraid of asking questions. This should be a safe environment where everyone should have space to grow. Okay, now in terms of who has the right to do what, members of the National Board have the right to speak and propose changes to the agenda and topics. Members of the city have the right to speak and make procedural proposals. So I can ask for extensions. I can ask you if we can do an extension on time, shortening, that type of thing, finish the agenda early, and then guests have the right to speak. Intro of the city. I'm your chair. My name is Anna. I'm originally from ESN Lisboa. I'm your president of the chairing team. I've done skydiving, and what else can I tell you? Oh, I'm the community manager of ESN International. So if you guys want to talk about IT, I'm also there. Oh, the education is also so that's something also really hot topic. Okay, then we have Madhu. Madhu, you want to introduce yourself?
Hey guys, my name is Alexandra. I'm from ESN Porto. I am the former communication manager and also for secretary of the strategy. And one fun fact about this that I was paying 20 euros in our courses.
Michelle.
Hello, I'm Michele. I'm the technical chair. I don't know why you do this picture from Instagram, but okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try to make the people at home feel like they're here. I'm gonna make the live stream work for the people to see what's happening, and yeah, let's have a nice event today.
I just noticed that I finally know where it's starting with after going to Romania in February. Okay. And then you already did the quorum check, so we're good on this. And now we have a hot topic, which is approval of the agenda, approval of late documents, late application commissions, all of this stuff. I know for a fact that there are some questions regarding this and some for the agenda, but also we have Um, we have probably some changes happening to the agenda. So I'd like to ask if somebody wants to propose a 10 minutes to 15-minute discussion on the agenda so that we can do already as much of the changing as possible so
You
that
can
we don't
propose
have
as
to
well.
do it. So yeah, I propose yes, like CT of ESN Sweden propose a change of so that we can do a discussion on agenda for 10 to 15 minutes before we start.
Does anybody oppose?
Does anybody oppose this? You don't have to tell me the prompts. Anybody opposes? No, perfect. We're doing the discussion right now, just so that we get everything started. So add your names to the speakers list. I can also start the topic. As you might have seen, the agenda currently features mandate reports. It also features the applications, and then it features some other topics. But we have had things that need to be addressed. So I know that, for instance, there is an events paper policy that Leslie would like to see this at least discussed in this NA, I believe. You also have, according to your regulation, the action plan that should be discussed in this NA. This was requested, but it wasn't given because the current scenario of Sweden is difficult for the national board to provide you with this. And according to your standing orders, from what I have read, to my knowledge, it should have been presented here, but it also doesn't suggest any consequences on not doing not failing to do so. So with that being said, it would be it's also something that should be addressed here, but I just want you guys to know that it's not going to happen because it wasn't sent in, because the national board probably didn't have the capacity to do it, and therefore we'll be discussing your summer NA with your elected board, which I believe will also consult the previous board so that they can do something together on this matter. And then the other topic that also came up, we got an email because of the delay in sending in the minutes from the last NA, which, by the way, firstly, I want to start off by apologizing on behalf of the city for that situation. We're aware that we didn't send it in on time. There were multiple factors that added to this, but one of the main ones being that we tried to reach out to this person and I was supporting this. We tried to reach out to the person that was doing like that was the second minute approval for that NA, that person didn't reply. And then with the whole situation, we got, to be honest, it got sidetracked. So as a result, the minutes were sent in late. We understand that you may not want to approve them. This is fair. And it also doesn't have an impact from my knowledge of your standing orders on the working of this in particular, meaning if you want, obviously, you can refuse and vote no, say that you want to remove the minutes because you haven't had right time to read them, you don't agree with them, and the reasoning is not something that you have to tell us as CCT. And then we'll obviously present it in the next setting and approve it then. So this would be the process, the procedure to go to discuss this now, to address this. Any questions? I don't see this slide. Can link points of discussion. Depends on the agenda. You can ask us if we can do it.
You propose it and it's gonna be voted on.
Yeah.
Wait,
I mean, yeah. Oh, and the Q&A you need to let me know. Like just put Remy, Remy from Stockholm, and then what's the subject. So in this case, what's the subject? Topic proposal, and then
so we vote on that.
yeah. Nobody has questions regarding the agenda, no other proposals that you want to do? Leslie? Oh.
She's writing. Okay, but
Okay.
right now we're voting on his proposal.
No, we're not voting yet. We're going to vote everything at the end.
No, we won't get the proposal.
Literally, we will. I know we looked at the proposal, but we're not going to. This will be committing for the resolution that we will have today. Tomorrow. Okay. Stopping the agenda, the international presentation next Saturday and the workshop next. Okay. Any other changes minutes also regarding the workshop? We wanted to do some change. Presentation of the release from profit. Was it? Sorry. From profit instead of workshop. So could you also propose that, please? What? Didn't you have another possibility to so this is a topic for learning, or have the agenda. We have any other things. Two sentences. The first one is regarding presentations, and the second is regarding the agenda. Yeah. Okay. Right. So the first thing is to yeah, go for it. Yes, and Gothenburg. Just as the good yes, so that we can. I'm sorry, can you write it down because we cannot hear well, and also I don't know what it is. I don't really need it for the minutes. Please. Use the QR code, please.
Or the survival, the link tree.
Yes. Okay. Anyone else is adding something to the speakers list regarding this topic? Is anyone adding anything to the speakers list regarding this topic? This is okay. So like really. Yes. Yeah. Or yeah. So you're okay with being up there? Okay. And then, Christos, have you added it? Then can we discuss the topic of national board, national board today instead of tomorrow? We can vote on it. Okay. Any other for anyone else is adding a topic to the agenda? No? Okay, so let's do the votings on these topics, and to change them, we just need 50%. So 50% plus one. We have was a change on the agenda as a topic proposal, a discussion on the tri-tribal sports of Scotland to be discussed on Sunday. Where the eventual to extend the role of the town of the United Travel, extending the synopsis of the topic. So that is the microphone to read. Yeah. This is the first thing that we'll be voting on. ESN Boras. Okay. ESN Gothenburg. Yeah. ESN Kalmar. ESN Karlstad. ESN Linköping. ESN Luleå. Abstain. Okay. ESN Lund. ESN Malmö. ESN Hovde. ESN Stockholm. ESN Uppsala. And ESN Växjö. Okay. We have 1 abstain and we have 11 yeses, meaning the topic will be discussed tomorrow, okay, on Sunday, so that the national board is right time to prepare it. Don't worry, I got you. Okay, second topic is a swap in the agenda. So the international presentations should be swapped with in the current agenda. If you look at it, you'll see that Saturday you have a first workshop of the week at the end. But because we have an international guest, and they probably will, yeah, which is lovely, and they'll probably have to leave early on Sunday. It was proposed that we have a change from the first workshop of the weekend, which should be the last topic in the agenda of Saturday, to be swapped with the international presentations that was initially planned on Sunday at what time did I put it? 10:35 until 11:05. So that's the second change proposed. So ESN Boras? ESN Gothenburg? ESN Kalmar? ESN Karlstad? ESN Linköping? ESN Luleå? ESN Lund? ESN Malmö? ESN Hovde? ESN Stockholm? ESN Uppsala? ESN Växjö? Okay, lovely. So we have 12 yeses, 0 no's, 0 abstains, meaning the topic will be discussed. Will be swapped, sorry.
And then we have another swap in the agenda. This one is, instead of having a second workshop of the week, we'll have a presentation of the OC, and specifically of the section, in this case ESN Hovde. And so this means that the what we have on Sunday planned for 11:15, we, instead of doing the second workshop of the week, we would do this, oh my God, sorry, this section presentation, so this OC presentation. Okay, so this is what we're voting on now. So ESN Boras, ESN Gothenburg, ESN Kalmar, ESN Karlstad, ESN Linköping, ESN Luleå, ESN Lund, ESN Malmö, ESN Hovde, ESN Stockholm, Uppsala, Växjö. Perfect. And then the last thing that we have, oh my God, I didn't write it properly. Swap in the agenda, swap in the agenda. I'm missing the swap in the agenda from Gothenburg, which is to change the order of two topics, meaning one topic actually, sorry. So instead of having the discussion on statutory documents, vote of no confidence today, holding it tomorrow, right? And then on Sunday, instead having the section consultation on discussions of responsibilities of the national board and national board support. So basically discussing what it should entail to be a national board member and national board support. So being on the national level, the responsibilities that should be had going from Sunday to Saturday, and swapping that with the statutory documentation on the vote of no confidence, like discussion, basically to understand if there has to be a change in the statutory documents in this particular article of the standing orders. Statutory documents. Is it clear for everyone what we were voting on? Okay, then I'm going to start the voting process again. So ESN Boras, ESN Gothenburg, ESN Kalmar, ESN Karlstad, ESN Linköping, ESN Luleå, ESN Lund, ESN Malmö, ESN Hovde, ESN Stockholm, oh my, ESN Uppsala, and ESN Växjö. Okay, with 11 yeses, 1 no, this topic it will be changed to tomorrow. These topics will be swapped. So tomorrow today we'll have the discussion on the national board and the national board structures, and what it entails to have those specific positions in terms of responsibilities. And then we'll have the discussion on the statutory documentation on Sunday. Is it clear for everyone? Okay, so now we'll do the mandate reports as, we'll do the mandate reports, no, sorry. We'll do the votings and then we'll go into the mandate reports. As you can imagine, this means that there has to be some level of gymnastics, let's say, from the CT. So I will present to you like we'll do the normal agenda until the mandate reports. We'll finish the mandate reports. We'll break for coffee break, and then we as CT will come together and decide on the timings of everything, and then you guys will have the chance to vote on it. Okay? Clear for everyone? Just some level of acknowledgement. Thank you, everyone. Okay, let's go back to the slides, and let's talk about the approval of stuff. So, do you approve? Do we have the things? Boo, boo, boo. Yeah, no, we don't. So go back. First question will be approval of the agenda. We are not going to do the approval of the agenda right now because we just changed it. So it doesn't make sense. So let's do approval of late documents. Do you approve the late documentation submission that happened? I actually have a proposal. Given that we had we had the first process of the late documents that were sent through the emails that you guys got, so the 2 batches of the documents packages, but then we also had this topic on the minutes. I would suggest that we split it so that we can still approve the documents that were sent in the second submission separately from the minutes. Anybody opposes? Anyone? No? Okay, so we'll separate this into 2 questions. So the first question being, do you approve the submission of the late documents? And then accept the minutes from the previous NA, minutes from NA Lean Shopping 2024. And then do you approve the late submission of the minute? Do you approve the minutes of NA Lean Shopping, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So first question, do you approve the late submission of documents? ESN Boras. Okay, no. ESN Gothenburg. ESN Kalmar. ESN Karlstad. ESN Linköping. ESN Luleå. ESN Lund. ESN Malmö. ESN Hovde. Okay, okay, got it. Then ESN Stockholm. Okay, ESN Uppsala. ESN Växjö. Oh my, so give me a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then, but the new is not, so we have 3 abstains, meaning we have 9. Yeah. Meaning not. Okay, with 5 no's, 4 yeses, and 3 abstains, the approval of late documentation is not approved, and therefore we're not discussing any of the documents that were late submitted. Just for context, this means some of the mandate reports, most of the agenda. So I just want this to be clear. Yes? Tell me, Nikki.
It's on, okay. Nikki is in Göteborg. Is it possible to discuss it and maybe change the vote after some time? Because then I don't know what we're gonna do here for the whole day.
Propose it during the day, documents. You can propose document by documents to have discussion topics.
Yeah. So do you accept to discuss the mandate reports? Do you accept to discuss and so on and so forth for every single one of them? Yes. Reaction from Matt? Yeah. Question from Matt, sorry.
Does it only Mats ESN Sweden? And does it only include the documents sent from the national level, or also a late application?
Every document.
All documents.
So late applications included. Okay.
No, a late applications we're going to do after.
Okay.
Yeah. So now we're going to do late application. Any other questions? Anybody? No, I don't see it. Okay. So approval of late application submissions. So do you, yes, the minutes, sorry. So, sorry, minutes first. Do you approve the minutes from NA Lean Shopping 2024? Okay, after the discussion that we had previously on the other topic. So ESN Boras. ESN Gothenburg. ESN Kalmar. Okay. ESN Karlstad. ESN Linköping. ESN Luleå. Okay. Then ESN Lund. ESN Malmö. ESN Hovde. ESN Stockholm. ESN Uppsala. And then we have ESN Växjö. Okay. So this means that with 1 no, 3 abstains and 8 yeses, is the maths good? Yes, it is. We have the approval of the minutes from the previous NA. And now, yes, approval of late application submission. So we had 2 applications that were submitted late. One of them was for the position of president, and it was 2 to 3 days late, if I'm not mistaken. And then we also had a late application for the WPA position that was 2 hours late. So these people have applied for these positions, and basically you guys have the right to vote if you want them to be able to to validate these candidacies, and therefore they are allowed to apply, and they can discuss and be considered into the polls that the positions that they're currently being voted for, going to be voted for. Or you can say, no, they submitted it late, they didn't meet the deadlines, and or however, whichever reasoning you have for that, and say, no, we don't want to approve that these people can apply. So, ESN Boras, was it clear, first of all? Okay, ESN Boras. Okay. Oh, sorry, I was writing in the wrong place. Okay, so then we have ESN Boras abstain, then we have ESN Gothenburg, ESN Kalmar, ESN Karlstad, ESN Linköping, oh my, ESN Luleå, ESN Lund, ESN Malmö, ESN Hovde, ESN Stockholm, ESN Uppsala, and ESN Växjö. Okay, with 1, 2, 3, 4 abstains and 8 yeses, these people will be allowed to partake in the elections. Therefore, they will be like basically their applications are valid. Then we have the votes for the vote counters and minutes adjusters. So vote counters are basically the scrutinizers, are the people that as we have an elective NA happening right now, and we have the applications and you guys will have to do some voting. Basically, these people should be here on Sunday to basically support with the voting, ensuring that the voting was done in the correct way and that everything went smoothly and that we met all of the legal requirements that we should meet to have a voting procedure happening. And I need 2 volunteers for this. That cannot be people that are applying for the positions. So yeah. Who volunteers?
People.
Max, go. No voting rights and no applications. So it has to be other people. So, Catherine? Okay. I would just prefer that we don't have 2 people from the same section in this particular. Oh?
She's Sweden.
You're not, okay. Then it's fine, I guess. Okay, yes, then we have 2 minutes, then we have 2 scrutinizers. We have Catherine from ESN Stockholm, and we have Astrid from ESN Sweden. And then we need the minutes adjusters. So basically this person will, for the majority of this NA, not really be doing anything at all. But when we send them the minutes, they will read through it and like say, yes, this happened, or no, this didn't happen, or this is wrongly stated, this person didn't, it wasn't this person that said this or that said it this way. And we really need those people to do it and do it well. So who wants to be a minutes adjuster? And here, honestly, I think that it can be anyone because it's not a voting procedure, so it's fine. Even if you have an older vote, you can do it. Okay, so Leslie ESN Sweden is one of the minutes adjusters. Thank you. Someone else? I need another volunteer. Okay, perfect. Then we have Muskan from Linköping, right? Yeah, perfect. So we have vote counters, we have minutes adjusters, and now we just need the last lovely process, which is the establishment of, we need to vote. Yeah, I know, but let's do the establishment of the meetings first because we're already here. So we just need to say that this NA has been valid or not. Tell me. Yes. Name and section.
Miriam from OCC Battle. The question is a bit late, I think, but I wanted to know what late documents were submitted. If you could just tell us the titles.
I can. Just give me a second when I get to the thingy. Okay. Okay. I'll just finish the questions and then I'll tell you the titles, okay, so that everybody is on board with everything. So basically, I just need to make this part of the meeting, we need to make it official for legal purposes. And basically, you're just saying that, yes, this happened here and it was discussed. And we had the voting procedures and everything happening. So do you object to the proper calling of the meeting? Anyone object to the proper calling of this meeting? Okay, no. 12 yeses. Perfect. And now we'll vote on the vote counters and the minutes adjusters. So do you approve Astrid of ESN Sweden and Catherine of ESN Stockholm as the vote counters for DNA of the 2025? ESN Boras. ESN Gothenburg. ESN Kalmar. ESN Karlstad. ESN Linköping. ESN Luleå. ESN Lund. ESN Malmö. ESN Skövde. ESN Stockholm. ESN Uppsala. ESN Växjö. Okay, with 2 abstains and 10 yeses, both Catherine and Astrid are officially the vote counters for this election. And then we have the minutes adjusters. So for minutes adjusters, do you approve the appointment of Muskan from ESN Linköping and Leslie from ESN Sweden as the minutes adjusters of DNA of the 2025? So ESN Boras, ESN Gothenburg, ESN Kalmar, ESN Karlstad, ESN Linköping, ESN Luleå, ESN Lund, ESN Malmö, ESN Skövde, ESN Stockholm, ESN Uppsala, ESN Växjö. Okay, with 12 yeses, both Leslie and Muskan have been appointed. Thank you, everyone, for your collaboration. And this means that we move into the mandate reports. So this was one of the things where we had late submissions. The mandate reports specifically that were the mandate reports that were sent in on time were Veronica's and also Leslie's, if I'm not mistaken, are the only 2 that were. I will check, but for now we can start with them. I don't think she did, but I'm checking. But yeah, let's start with you guys, and then because I know that you guys sent it on time, and then we'll go into the other ones and approve if we want. Yes. We have the presentation in the document, in the CT documents. Yes. Which one? Sorry. We'll do first the ones that were submitted on time, and then we'll vote if we can do the. Yes, exactly. No problem.
So where is your presentation?
She's in the. It's in the. Yeah, it's in the. Already in our CT. Spring NH Spring NA. NA Linköping. NA Linköping no is NA Skövde. No wait, I have it open. Give it. It's here.
It's not really necessary if you cannot find it.
No, but we got it. The thing is that we got it. It's here. See, I'm presenting.
Copy it and send it to my WhatsApp chat.
Yeah, copy the link, share, copy the link, then. Oh, fuck, it's not here. Just share the thing online. Share presentation, ESN mandate report. There we go. There we go. I have it. Can you give me just give me the thing?
No, because live stream.
Ah, fuck. Yes. I can't because I don't have the fucking WhatsApp here. That's why. But you have access to the thing. Go to the drive, please. Go to right NA link shopping app. NA Skövde. Do you remember like where I sent the documents package? No. Can I? Okay. Because you have access. So if you write NA Skövde. Oh, you're in your personal thing. You're not in the. Okay.
Should be at the main chair email.
Yeah. Do you have your vice technical chair email open? Okay, then go for that one. The thing is,
Because I just sent it to them.
'cause it's open in the thing.
Toilet.
Okay. Forward. Okay, I just sent it to you. Yeah, NA Skövde. Go for right Skövde here. Okay. Or share it with me. Exactly.
I sent it together with the CM.
No. Look, it's in the thing is in our drive for this NA, but it's not open the drive for this NA. So it's already there. We're just opening it. So it's there. Like I literally have it here. See, it's in the drive. But I can't share it because otherwise it will ruin the thing for them. Ah, I see. Wait, sorry, it's my bad. There you go. You didn't have it, yes. CT. Try now. Yeah, there you go. CT document. Okay, it's going now, guys. Okay, go.
This one?
No, this one. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. It's ready.
No, I don't think so. I sent it to their email, so I don't know if I have access to it.
Yeah. So just to be clear, it's question, react, comment, reaction, question. So 5 a hand, question, reaction, comment, reaction.
How
One
much time
comment
do
to
I have
reaction.
for this? Okay.
Please sleep at night, kids.
Okay, I'll just start if that's okay, you guys. So,
There's no present mode for this, I think.
thank you. Okay, so I'll try to be quick with my manager report. Since December, I was elected as the interim vice communication manager, and we can move to the next slide. So first thing I've done is I started the Instagram again, and you probably noticed that we did change the template. This is something I went over with the communication manager, and basically the idea behind that is there is one blue post in a row always that is supposed to be about Sweden itself. So it's either some cute word from Swedish vocabulary, or we did also the Semla Day and the Waffle Day. So the blue one is always trying to be something about Sweden, to promote Sweden itself. And there are 2 white ones in a row to complement with one of the ESN colors. So, and they are mostly about promoting ESN Sweden or ESN in general. And this is mostly to do with the days that are happening. So for example, you may notice that we did this post. If you didn't show your love to this post, please do. It has almost 400 likes, and I am very, very happy about it. We actually did get some nice comments about it from communication manager of ESN International, just saying. So, so we have been noticed that the Instagram is starting again, and basically this is the new template. So always 1 blue one and 2 white ones to complement with ESN color, and they somehow try to promote Sweden or ESN Sweden. We can move on. Yes, one more thing I did is I tried to revive ScomCom when I came to my mandate. It was basically non-working. You did see one of the templates was post for recruitment. did you just take a picture of the logo? No. Okay, so yeah, this was the recruitment for Comcom, and we did recruit 2 more people that are already making designs. So one was the Happiness Day was made by one of the new Comcomers, just as the Woeful Day was made by one of the new Comcomers. So we have new people, and they're starting to get working. Yeah. And one more thing I did was revive the communication community. So this means I'm in contact with the local communication managers. I try to have one-on-one call with almost most of them. And that was mostly to see how they are doing, what can I help with, what do they need help with. And we have monthly calls where we try to discuss topics connected to visual identity or graphic designs in general. And I think that's it. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Then we have, yes? Reaction from Leslie.
Wait.
No, you can react now.
Yes.
Hello, Leslie, ESN Sweden. I just wanted to make notice that Veronica has helped a lot organizing this NA as well. She has helped a lot with the visuals and the whole organizing in general. She did not mention it, I don't know why, but really, really important, and this could have not happened without her. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other? Remy? 3? Oh, question.
Remy, ESN Stockholm here. So you are mentioning starting again as Comcom, which was kind of the responsibility of the communication manager from ESN Sweden. So I wanted to know what happened with the communication manager, and if you could give us any information on why you step up like this.
Yes, this is something I discussed with the communication manager. It is not my right to discuss what she is doing, but okay, I'll just be honest. We've noticed that she is not really active, but I did ask her, like, is this okay if I step up in here? And she was like, yeah. So yeah, basically we discussed it, and since she is not managing things really anymore, we discussed it. I will do this, and we both agreed on it.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, reactions that we want to do? Well, if not, thank you so much, Veronica.
Thank you.
And you can pass over to Leslie so that she can present her mandate report. I don't think that we have.
Hello. No, I
We
did
don't
not send
have,
that
but we do have the word. So if you want us, we can do the word.
How long do I have?
You have exactly 7 minutes.
Nice. I'll make it quick. Hello, guys. First of all, thank you for being here. I'll go straight to the point. As events coordinator, my main task is basically to organize training events. That was the main focus. I started organizing the training event
Go to
at the end of last year. So I opened a call. I got, for example, Skövde, that they were interested in hosting the training event, and we started organizing it throughout Christmas. But then, due to the circumstances, we decided that it was better if I was just like took over organizing the NA instead, since the NA is more important than a training event, of course. So then we started working on this. And honestly, like organizing it, it was an experience that I do not recommend to anyone. It was really hard, especially because I'm part of the board support, which means that I have no voting rights. So everything pretty much has to go through the board, and the board has to approve it. But we have right now, I would say, 4 board members. Am I right? Yes, we have 4 board members. And out of the 4 board members, only 2 of them would reply, basically. Not to like throw anyone under the bus, just saying that communication was really hard. So it was really hard to get everything like the budget approved or anything done in general. And then with the current bank situation, it was also a hassle to, pay for the hostel, pay for this, pay for that. So honestly, it was terrible. Yeah, really bad. But hey, we're here, so cool. I also wanted to just quickly thank Taylor in the beginning because you were helping me with this, and now Kim. I don't know. Oh, you're here. There, that's Kim. Love her. Great. Basically, because you not only listened to my rant during all these months, but you also just like helped a lot, and you also were really understanding when I was just like, I cannot give you more information at this point because that happened a lot. And yeah, that's kind of it. That's my mandate report. I did represent us in some events during this semester. If you have any questions about that, go ahead, shoot me. That's kind of it.
Okay, speakers list is open for questions, comments, reactions.
Guys,
Okay.
can you please use Slido? I know it's boring, but I really need your names and everything.
We can, I think, also put the Slido up in the WhatsApp. In the link, if you go to Linktree and then to the top. Okay, Nikki, yes, and got. Sorry.
Yes.
No, go. You say it.
Yes,
You say it.
okay.
You say it.
Nikki ESN Sweden. Basically, can you reflect on the National Erasmus Games and what were the issues there and why it didn't happen in the end, even though there were some talks about it?
Yes, the National Erasmus Games was mainly Chris' idea. I was more like supporting, basically. I know that all the sections had a lot of questions about this because this was already something that it was slightly discussed in the last or several meetings that we had this semester. However, well, first of all, as said, some board members stopped replying in general, Chris being one of them. However, one of the issues that we had is that we were thinking how to organize it, as in what would ESN Sweden cover for the sections. So we never really got into an agreement regarding that. And I think with everything else, we just forgot about it, basically. And yeah, but hopefully in the future we could have national Erasmus games.
Taylor?
Taylor, ESN Sweden, I did put it in the Slido. Could you just elaborate on what the issue with the bank was?
The issue...
I'm sorry, I just think the other section should know what happened.
Oh, that's fair. I just thought that everybody knew. Okay. So basically, as we all know, right now we don't have a president, we don't have a vice president, and technically our treasurer is an interim treasurer, which is also bad. So eventually when we elected Tim, we gave him bank access. He has been paying for bills, giving reimbursements, etc., etc. He's been doing a good job with that. But then I don't know exactly when, but maybe like a month ago-ish, he went into the app, like the bank app. We're using SEB, reminder, we're not using Swedbank anymore. And basically he just couldn't log in. So he called and they told him that his bank access was revoked, basically. So someone else has bank access right now, and probably they got it revoked, I guess, because the bank said that they wouldn't just revoke him because he should have access, basically. So yeah, and he's been trying since then to get bank access. I know they've been literally sending me selfies at the bank. I don't know how the situation is looking, but hopefully we can get bank access soon.
Christos?
Wait for the mic.
Christos, ESN Gothenburg. I guess we're using different banks, but like how it works in Gothenburg is if the whole board signs, which is official signatories, they can choose who has admin rights or is the official signatory of the bank. And this is not a very slow process. Like it will take some bureaucracy, but it will happen kind of quickly. has this been attempted, like for the whole board to sign the papers and send them to the bank and only like revoke the former president's access and admin rights and just have the interim treasurer be the only one with access right now?
I think that's what like Rizwan is mainly the one that is trying with Tim to get bank access because we have a lot of bills that we have to pay, like invoices from Seabattle and stuff. I do think that they tried that. I just don't really know like if that's gonna work, if that makes sense. Because the thing is that one of the solutions would be to have like more board members with also like bank access and like admin rights. But since we only had Mateus with the admin rights basically, and we don't really like, we cannot contact him, like we've been trying as well. As a matter of fact, we have tried contacting him about it. But yeah, also it's a bit hard because again, Tim is an interim. He's not officially in the board, so like legally it was also like already difficult to like give him bank access. So the whole situation is just a little bit of a mess. So I don't really have an answer to your question, but I hope I just gave some context on it.
Matt, is your comment on this question? Okay, then hand it over to Matt, please. And Santiago, maybe already end it in for Katrina because she's...
Matt, ESN Sweden. I can give clarification as far as I know. So I've talked to Rizwan, I think that was like 1 or 2 days ago. And according to him, so we sent in those documents and it is sadly not like the quickest process, but estimate is that by the end of next week, we should have bank access back. Estimate.
Okay.
Let's hope.
I also put it in Slido already. Katarina Stockholm. You state that in your mandate report that half the board was MIA. And I just want to ask, like, who was it, and do you, like when did it start, and in what way did like really impact all of the work?
Really fair. I think everyone should know. Well, half the board. Our board consists officially of Mats, Rizwan, Chris, and Bernadette. Remember also that Bernadette lives in Germany. She does not live in Sweden. And they have both, I guess, been really busy. I know that, for example, Chris was doing his PhD, which, you know, takes a lot of time, and congrats to him because he got it. And then Bernadette, I just know that she has a full-time job, but I don't really know much about her life. But yeah, eventually, I think when they like stopped replying, and when I mean stop replying is literally no messages in the group chat. That's like what I mean. Not like, oh, I don't know, like anything. I was just asking for an answer, okay? I don't really know where it started, maybe like mid-January, kinda. Yeah, and now you might think, oh, but like Chris was in this meeting not that long ago, and I was also surprised to seeing him there. And after that meeting, he stopped replying again. But yeah, that's kinda it.
Okay, any other questions? No? Okay, I propose to close the speakers list. Speakers list is now closed. Also, the other person that actually sent in their report in time was Mats. I'm sorry, I missed that. But Mats did send his report in time. So Mats is going to present his report, and then we'll vote on the late submissions. Sorry, it was my bad. I went to check it, and it was my bad.
Can you open it?
Yes, yes, we can. Mats also doesn't have a presentation, but he has the report. So if we go mandate reports and then Mats, WPA, here we go. Yeah, perfect. Bidim, bidim. Bless you. There we go. Sorry, it's loading. There you go.
I'm Mats. I'm the web project administrator, so it means I'm doing the IT stuff. I will just go through it chronologically, pretty much since the last NA. I finished up the LR mailing list. Most of you probably just got 2 mails that said, okay, the old one is abandoned and the new one is there, and nothing else changed really for you. But it's much more orderly now. Now there's just people in there that should be in there and no one else. But you can use it as you used it before. The community chats, there was a little update. We have now, especially with the new situation, that was kind of necessary that we have a community chat that's with the whole national level, plus the local presidents and vice presidents. So just that we have like a communication channel that is a bit faster than email, that's a bit more open. So yeah, we have that. Then after that stuff was done, I started doing a little guidelines document for the section exchange that I already teasered last NA. I finished up that document, but I did not receive feedback from the rest of the board, or we had no time to discuss it in any board meeting, because at that time we did not have board meetings. They were just not scheduled. The board was not functioning at that point. So that kind of went down a bit. I hope that after Sea Battle I will find time to finish that up, but probably the next board will have to kind of take over that project. But I think it would be a cool thing. Basically, you send volunteers to events in other sections. They get funded partially by the national level, so that there's just some knowledge exchange, because, well, at least I learned all my stuff that I know from ESN Gothenburg, because, well, we did not have any knowledge, so we just participated in their events. Well, then when this whole thing was done with the guidelines and nothing was working there, next thing that happened was I got a very big invoice from Microsoft for hosting our servers. Because we do have a grant that lets us have quite some server capacities, but that ran out, and I was not aware that that had to be renewed. So that was not good. But I talked to Martin, I got it renewed, and I had a very, very long discussion with the support team from Microsoft over, I don't know, like 15 mails. And we managed to transfer basically the credit from the new grant from this year to the invoice from last year. So basically now this year we have to be a bit more tight, but I think that will be possible. But we got those 5,000 crowns back, so at least that. Well, then that was pretty much done by January, and that's when I started also really picking up the pace with Sea Battle sales. I was the main responsible there, so I set up the ticket sales. I'm there for the support email when people have to cancel manually, and also for the tracking sheets. Sorry that those were quite late. I had exams at that time, so that took a bit of delay. But yeah, I will also be then soon responsible for the room allocation and making sure that that all works. And at this point, I also want to thank the former sales manager, Martin, because especially while I had my exams in February and I was not too available, he really, really helped out. And he also did an amazing knowledge transfer. Like, this is like a state of the art. We have a whole document with everything that you have to do as sales manager. This is perfect. So yeah, shout out to Martin. And yeah, well, that's pretty much what I've been up to. And questions?
Remy, ESN Stockholm, a comment. Remy, ESN Stockholm. Okay, my name or the question? Okay, I mean, it's a comment actually. Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that you are the only person from the national board physically present here. I just wanted to thank you for this, because we know that it's been a rough year for the national board, as you pointed out, and it's very nice to see that you're not letting us down. So thank you for this.
Thanks.
I'll just say, because I put it in Slido, now I'm writing another question, so I'm not reading my question from Slido. But my first question, basically, Katarina from Stockholm, by the way. My first question was, you said I kept up with my daily duties, and I will not mention them further. And I just wanted to ask you if you can clarify what those daily duties were.
So first, there are the IT duty. So, well, if a section needs help with their emails, well, I answer them emails and be like, okay, now you have access again. I keep up with the website. I yeah, this is like the main thing. Renewing grants, making sure that Azure is handled, like that our servers are handled, and then there's also like the just being part of the board side. So I attend board meetings. I talk to other people from the board. I discuss with them what whether we should go through certain decisions. For example, one very big decision was like how we gonna grant for the GM. There was like a very big discussion where I really put up the stance that okay, I think we should not pay by spot but pay by section, so that we do not basically over-representatively pay bigger sections who can already pay for a lot of spots, and the smaller sections who struggle with one spot barely get money. So yeah, those are the daily tasks. So basically discussing with the other board members and managing the mails, managing the servers, managing the websites.
Taylor, ESN Sweden. I just had a quick question about that grant. Did you do anything to document the renewal process so that like future mandates won't miss that?
Not yet, no. I have quite some good contact to the candidate for the next WPA. I've been talking to him quite a few times. And this time we will also have a proper knowledge transfer period, because last time I was voted in the summer NA and not in spring NA, so there was no really a transfer period. But hopefully this will be different now, and then I can also step by step teach the new WPA. Also, it's better to have a transition period because there are some security features so that you cannot immediately take over an account. It will block again and again. Will need confirmation from the old phones for a week. So it's quite good that now we have this transitional period. But I'm also trying to have basically a similar document that we now set up for the sales manager for C Battle to also have that for the WPA, so that they just know how to access stuff, how to renew the grants.
Okay. Anyone else adding themselves to the speakers list? We have 4 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock for the questions, meaning that I'm going to propose the closing of the speakers list if we don't have anyone. So I have, at the moment, I'm aware of Max, Verisa, and Catherine as a follow-up question. I don't know if I'm missing anyone. Okay, I propose the closing of the speakers list. Anybody opposes? The speakers list is closed. Okay, then now we'll go to, I believe you got the order. It was Max, or was it Catherine first? I think it's Max. Verdies and then Catherine. Okay. Max, go for it.
Max, ESN Gothenburg. Hello. I noticed that all the websites are not working. Some of them are not. What did you do to help sections to get their websites up?
I specifically talked quite a bit to Stockholm. There, I had, I think, 2 or 3 calls with the local WPA to help him out. The problem with the websites currently, at least, I think they are running a bit better, but that is because we are kind of paying a lot of our grant for it currently. Especially, we do not want during the C Battle sales for the website to crash, so it's currently on a higher tier. But the goal is to switch to a different provider, to not use Microsoft Azure, but to have like an actual WordPress provider. And it's hard to find some that provide network WordPress, not the standard one. But if we have that, then we can actually start integrating the section websites again, because currently it's not really working on a level that I would recommend sections to say, okay, now is the time to build my website, because the access is just incredibly slow. And before we fix that, it doesn't really make sense to get sections to pick that up.
Thank you. So I have a second question. I'm right. Yeah. The second question, Max Gothenburg again, is that I've seen the ESN Sweden website is not up to date because the sections are not updated, neither on the map or the section section, and also the board members are not updated since actually it's still the board from August, I believe. Not August, but yeah, it's still the board is not up to date still. So can you update us on this?
Yeah, thanks for the hint. I will do that. Should be done by the end of the day.
Verisa, ESN Boras. Where is the mic for Verisa? Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, what is Sarah from Burroughs? Actually, you kind of answered it in a way, but I also have a little more about then when do you think that we can have that system in place that you think you want to change the paid provider and also connect to our system and so on? When would you think we're going to make a change and when would it need to be completed?
The payment provider, the WordPress provider. I'm currently quite caught up with C-Battle. That's why I'm not working on that part. But as soon as C-Battle is done, the rest of the mandate I will work on having the transfer documents and also working on having this new provider. Actually, I think the new WPA will be quite some help there because I've already talked with him about exactly which providers we could use. So when C-Battle is done, I will be working on it, and hopefully by the end of my mandate, we have a new provider.
Okay.
Okay. And then we have Catherine. You don't have? Okay. Then, okay. Then we can go into the voting of the late document. So as you know, we've had some late submissions and you had, basically you can decide if you want to vote on the late mandate reports now or not. So we're going to do that right now. So, yes, can you send it? You can. Santiago, can you hand it? The vote, which it will be
Sweden.
the same link for the presentation.
I just wanted to make a comment about the mandate reports.
Because he's not here physically.
Because
yes,
I don't have a good reason. I handed it in literally the day after the mandate report, like the deadline, when the deadline was extended. I think a bunch of other people did as well. It happens that you miss a deadline. Please do not vote no, so that we don't get to discuss like very important parts of what this network is doing, just because somebody missed a deadline by like 12 hours. Like it happens. That was my comment.
Okay. Now it's on. Okay, it is. So, mandate late. Basically, do you approve the discussion of the late submitted document? Yeah, go for it.
I don't see which mandate are they like lead.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I still cannot see which one are lead, but I guess the remaining gonna be
lead. We didn't get it because it didn't. So I couldn't hear you.
I say that I still don't see which document are lead. You said that you're gonna update in the title.
Oh, yes, I can. So, specifically mandate reports that were late. Astrid and Rizwan. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so do you approve the discussion? No, do you approve the discussion, the presentation on the late mandate report submissions? ESN Boras. ESN Gothenburg. ESN Kalmar. ESN Karlstad. ESN Linköping. ESN Luleå. ESN Lund. ESN Malm. Okay. ESN Hovde. ESN Stockholm. ESN Uppsala. And then lastly, ESN Växjö. Okay, with 1, 2, 3, 4 abstains and 8 yeses, the documents are going to be presented. So Astrid, you can come to the presentation and then we'll go with Rizwan so that he has enough time to log in and to be put on the screen. Either Rizwan or Mats, but Rizwan is more direct. No, not Christos. The events manager. Go for Indiana chat. pretty sure it'll be there. And actually send me the link in the email and I'll email them. Okay, could you just, put the Astrid's report up? Like the presentation is in the national, it's in the documents. Mandate reports. Then you go back the slides. It's in NBS. NBS slide deck. No, fuck. NBS slide deck. It's in documents package, I think. Directly. No. Share with others. Is it one of those? No, you guys have access. Yeah. Go right NA up there. Put NA Hoofde. No. In this, right? NA Hoofde. No, but like the file location. CT documents. There it is. First, yeah. There you go. Okay, Astrid, 7 minutes on the clock. Feel free to start whenever you feel.
Thank you. Thank you for being overbearing with my late ass. I want to just start out, for those of you that don't know, I was elected late. I was elected as education officer at the Linköping NA, so I've only been in this role since the end of October. And I have kind of a lot of slides, so I'm going to talk a bit fast and not really go into details, and then you can always ask questions. So I want to just clarify, education officer basically means somebody that works towards the internationalization of education, me specifically in Sweden. A lot of people don't know what an education officer is, so I just wanted to state this to begin with. Next one. So, beginning of my mandate, which started basically in November, I read through pretty much every single ESN policy paper because I didn't know what an education officer was. And then I went through the whole education community wiki, and then I made a plan for how to get the education area up to speed. The main concept, like part of this plan, was basically to understand what on earth an education officer is. And then I worked towards formulating policy goals based on like the policy goals of ESN International that were more specific to Sweden, because it was kind of clear that we needed to work on like our education area, but how we were going to do it was very, very unclear. Yeah. So basically, I worked on these policy goals, and it's not a finished project, but just to give you an idea, it's this document that I'm currently working on, but then it would be something that I was doing like in cooperation with the president, but then we don't really have one right now, so that project kind of died. But I'm still working on it. I hope to be able to like do something about it eventually, but it's basically these goals that are very like, what does ESN Sweden want to do? Like, we went to like international education, blah, 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 but how do we want to do it? Like, what do we mean? Okay, then, no, you can go to February. No, sorry, January. Sorry. Then in January, I attended the Erasmus Curious Final Conference in Brussels. I want to make this like document of what I learned for the whole network, but that is still on my to-do list. Then I surveyed all sections on their relations to their IROs, which was really, really helpful in terms of understanding where we stand as a network. And really helpful for perfecting the policy goals to understand what are our aims and like where are we right now. Then I tried to reach out to different agencies that deal with like education and so, but it was really, really unfruitful. My email got forwarded like 3 different times, and then somebody clearly did not really understand what I wanted. So that is still in the working. It's quite some work to do there. February, I attended the community meeting in Porto. There was this like really big focus on stakeholder relations, which was really useful because we definitely need that. Then there were talk about some grants. We were of the perception that it was my responsibility as education officer to find grants because I deal with stakeholder relations, but it is actually the responsibility of the treasurer. But we haven't had an elected one, so that's why it has not really been happening. Then I talked to some people and I got us 4 more spots for EGM, which was really, really nice.
And then I send out to all sections. I hope you've seen it in your emails. The ESN Sweden Local Advocacy Guide, which basically is because right now on national level, I am the only person doing education. So instead of sort of doing it myself, my goal has been to sort of like empower local sections to start advocating at the local level. Then I also send out the ESN Sweden education overview. It was something I mainly made for myself to have like an overview of where we stand, but then the information was like available to all of you as well. Go to March, right. So I basically, for the month of March, have only been doing EGM. It's been quite difficult. We had a change in delegation leader because Mateus is no longer president and no longer going to EGM. Instead of being vice delegation leader, I am now the delegation leader. I tried to find grants. It was extremely difficult. And then basically I've been trying to organize the delegation, but there have been some issues. In general, I would not recommend that a board support member is delegation leader because we are extremely limited in what we can do. Basically everything that costs money, we have to ask the board. As has previously been mentioned, the board is not exactly responsive, which meant that we just had pretty large communication issues, and it's just very difficult. I was very, very fortunate to have Max as my vice delegation leader. He is extremely helpful. I'm very grateful. For whatever reason, the board is more responsive to him than to me. At this point, I don't care. Whatever works, works. So we are moving forward with EGM, and that's good. Then, for whatever reason, we only got one spot for the General Assembly. We were supposed to get 3, but only I was given a spot. We still don't know why. At least I don't know why. Unfortunately, I am not able to attend the General Assembly anyway, so I have passed my spot on to Veronica, who I am sure will do a very good job. And then we were not sure who was going to fill in the GI report, which is mandatory for everybody to do, and also the form on the national organization's duties. So I ended up doing it because I have the spot, and also with there being no precedent, I am sort of like education officer is a little bit of like a vice external relations. So I ended up doing it. It was definitely not my best work. I emailed the GA chairing team and I was like, this is the best I can get. Like, it does not get better, but I wish it did. And they're extremely understanding towards the situation and just happy that we turned it in. I think, go to the next slide. Right, goals for the rest of the mandate. Nobody has applied for education officer and I am not able to continue, unfortunately. I mean, the rest of my mandate, but not after that. So I think the main goal right now is to get somebody to apply. I swear to God, it's really fun, especially when the board replies. I've heard that makes it more fun. So basically, my goals also are to make preparations for relations to stakeholders to be established. I have spoken to people on international level and other countries as well. And right now, we don't have any sort of like contact with the Erasmus agency in Sweden. And this is very much on purpose because as of currently, we don't have a president, a vice president, or elected treasurer. So I am scared that like some Swedish Ministry of Education could get a pretty bad first impression of us because we are not exactly in a great situation right now. So I decided it was better to maybe wait a little bit. Then I really would like to work on closer ties between the education officer. Oh shit.
Close your idea and
We're going to get into the Q&A time.
Okay,
5 minutes.
I can make it really fast. Yeah, between education officer and treasurer, once we have both of those things, to diversify sources of funding, like basically get more grants. Right now we're relying 100% on C battle, which for now is going well, but we could have just one unlucky semester for C battle, which could like risk our entire foundation. So it's just, yeah, would be nicer. Then I want to create a long-term strategy for education area. We don't have that at all right now. And create closer ties to sections. I feel like most sections are a little bit like, what the hell is education? Next. Yeah, work with sections in future present and policy goals, as I said. And then also contribute to work to better internal relations and communication within ESN Sweden. My experience has been that there has been a little bit of a focus on hierarchy, at least to begin with. Now the board is not responding, so I guess that's kind of solved the issue. But when they did, there was sometimes, in my opinion, a little bit of like a focus on who is board and who is board support. And while there is obviously a difference, that's why some people can vote and some cannot, I felt that there was a disproportionate focus on hierarchy. I also feel that there is a need for more teamwork. Obviously, right now we don't have like any kind of leadership, but even before that, people are sort of like working with their specific area and not really working as a team. I think this is a really big problem. And in general, better communication. Often I will see decisions that have been made where I'm like, when the hell was this decision made? And typically these decisions are pretty uncontroversial, but it's still like I will see things where it's like, oh yeah, we decided on this in a meeting, and I'm like, what meeting? There isn't a single trace of this meeting. I don't know what meeting is meant. And I think that sometimes maybe there are like sea battle meetings where most of the national level is anyway, and accidentally decisions are made regarding ESN Sweden, and they kind of forget to inform about it. And again, it's totally fine. All of these decisions are like super uncontroversial. It would just have been nice to know, and not as a side comment. And also work for more transparency. And in general, like when you're on a board, you tell people what's going on. That was all. Okay. Oh yeah. By the end, I would just like to say thank you very much to the people that have been helping me. It has not been the easiest mandate in the world, especially the board supporters. They're really badass in this situation. So thank you to those people.
Okay. Thank you, Astrid. We have 2:30 on the clock. So Leslie, reaction? Oh, sorry. Then first, actually. And maybe we can't make it more.
Hi, this is Miriam, Sibaro OC. I just want to make a comment. So I've been present to all the meetings, and I just wanted to inform you that from the meetings that I've been, which is all of them, I did not see them making those national decisions there in the meeting, since we keep them tight. But just to like give insight, and so maybe it happened elsewhere, but as far as I know, it has not been in the meetings we have.
Yeah, just to be clear, it was just like, I guess I had, because I was a little bit like, when the hell was this mentioned? But not there. Oh well.
Hello, Leslie, ESN Sweden. I just wanted to make a real quick comment when you were talking before about communication. I think some people might not know that we as board supporters, we don't receive all emails that the national board receives, which has been a huge issue because even back then when they were responsive and they were talking about stuff, we were just like super lost. Mats knows about it already, so he's trying to like introduce the board support emails into that mailing list or whatever it is. But yeah, it's been an issue for us getting to know all the information. So that's also why it's been hard for Astrid to know like information about EGM and stuff like that, because again, we don't receive all the emails from ESN International.
Anyone has questions, comments? Okay, we have 2 questions, and I propose to close the speakers list. 3. I propose to close the speakers list. Anybody opposes? Okay, 2 reactions, 2 questions. Let's do the reactions.
Do you want me to?
Just everybody that has added questions or is adding questions, raise your hand.
Oh my God.
6, exactly. That's a lot. See, and I'm not seeing it, so I couldn't know this. So I don't have an invisible. I'm really sorry. My glasses don't have an invisible thingy here where it projects all of the Slidos. They're not connected to the network. I know, it's crazy. Okay, so yeah, let's extend by 5 minutes. Anybody opposes an extension on the Q&A for 5 minutes? No? Okay, then 5 minutes again on the clock. Let's go. Who is next? Max, yes, and go.
Max in Gothenburg, hello. So my question, let me find it again. You said that last NA that you applied to the position without really understanding fully what it was about. So my question is, what did motivate you to still apply? You did a very good job, and that's not about, like, the question is not about that. I'm genuinely concerned. Do you now have a better grasp of the position? And are you confident about knowledge transfer and getting a new person on the position to help them?
Yes, in general. So I think what really helped me understand basically what I was doing was establishing these goals. That's also why I've been talking a lot about like the policy goals, Because the more I understood, like, okay, like education is meant to like internationalize education in Sweden, but it was this whole idea of like, but like how? Because whenever we'd speak to IROs, they would be like, oh yeah, like more international, we love that. And it would just be this sort of like, woo, like nothing would happen because everybody was like, how? But basically by establishing goals, and that's why I'll be working on like a long-term strategy, so that the next person can get onto the role as education officer and really be like, okay, this is what I am going to achieve, and this is how I'm going to do it. I also have like much closer ties to the international education community. They know that we are like working really hard to start the education community back up. So when a new person comes, there will be some people at the international level that are aware that this is a person that is like, or like that the education of community of ESN has, or of ESN Sweden has a lot of potential, but just needs a little help. So in general, yeah, I'm confident.
Just try to be a little more concise. 3 minutes and 9 seconds, 8 seconds on the clock. Yeah. And sorted, Nikki. I'm going to turn it off. Right, thank you.
So you had a technical question? Yeah. Okay. Angelo.
Yes, Angelo C. Battle. You said that you did survey with the local sections about the relations office. What was the objective of that survey?
Yeah, so yeah, maybe I should explain. If you're C-Battle, you obviously have not seen this survey, but basically I send out like, how often do you talk to your university, what kind of activities do you do, etc. The objective of it was for me to both get an overview of like, are people in touch with their universities? Have they never been there? Do they have weekly meetings? Like what's going on? But I also ask questions like, how many volunteers do you have? And how often does your board discuss how to like get closer ties to your university, to both understand what capacities two sections have to actually like prioritize this, but also to understand like how important is education to the to your section, because by the end of the day, I don't want to force it on people. Like the work of education officer is kind of political. It's not something that everybody's interested in. If sections generally don't have an interest in it, I don't want to tell them to do it in a way. So it was just to understand like, where do they stand?
Okay, 140. Nikki.
Nikki, ESN Göteborg. I wanted to ask about the ESN survey, if you have worked with that and if you found any relevant data to us in there.
What? Sorry, I didn't hear.
The ESN survey, if you've worked with it and if you have found any relevant data for us in there.
So like ESN survey, like international level, I have not worked with.
Katarina.
No, it's Katerina is in Stockholm 9 minutes ago.
Less than 1 minute on the clock, so be mindful.
So my first question, really easy to answer. You said board, like you guys have been made aware who's board support and board in a bad way. Can I ask by whom, and if the other also feel that way, like board support, if all of them feel the same?
So obviously I can only speak on my own behalf, but basically there have sometimes been some comments made, like some vibes in general, that like things are a little bit stated as a fact of like, oh, we're gonna do this, or like it's usually like this, or it's usually like this is how we do things, or like well, board thinks this and that, where it's like, okay, like I don't need I don't need to like excessively voice my opinion, but it would have been nice to say, hey, let's do this, okay, question mark. And I would have said yes, of course. Like it's typically these things where it's like it's not uncontroversial in itself. It would have just been nice to be that like, hey, is this cool? Yeah, it is. And then I think for me, the whole thing really, really peaked.
Yeah. So we have a bit of an issue here. I propose, Katarina, you have 3 questions. I propose that we can do a maximum of 2 questions per person, as we said in the beginning. And so is it fine if we skip the other 2 and then we do Remy and Varisi and that's it?
No, it's Christos, Remy, and Varisi.
Oh, my.
Can I ask one more, or?
Why?
I mean,
I'll be very honest with you. We're already running 30 minutes late, and it's difficult. So you guys,
I think that everybody, first and foremost, everybody has the right to ask questions. So I would like to hear the other people, and if we manage to, we can do that question at the end. Because, again, we have Verise and Christos, and they haven't spoken yet.
Yeah, just to finish up the question or the answer. But yeah, like to me, it was one specific comment when Matthias resigned and we wanted to elect an interim president, which we ended up not doing. I was unable to attend the meeting where we were supposed to elect an interim president because I was literally on a flight going back from the Erasmus Careers Final Conference. And so I was very annoyed to be excluded from this decision, even though I don't have voting rights. I believe that my opinion is still very important, seeing as I'm doing all external relations work, except for like commercial partnerships, as of currently, where Rizvin said that board support would mainly be there for team spirit anyway. And I just personally think I work a little bit too hard to be regarded as team spirit in that type of decision. So yeah, that was very annoying.
Okay, Christos.
Christos, ESN Gothenburg. You said that you will try to be like a facilitator for the sections when you applied in Linköping. Has there been any attempt to create at least an unofficial community of for education and help the sections do it this way? Because I think you said like the sections know better and you would help them work with the universities and yeah.
Yep. So I created the local advocacy guide. I did the section survey to sort of like start on this work of being like, okay, while I'm trying to figure things out, you guys can have these like resources and start doing whatever you can for yourselves. But basically my idea sort of turned into that I wanted to work on these policy goals. Again, didn't happen because we don't have a president and it's kind of difficult to do only as education officer. But the idea basically would be to include all of the sections and be like, what is important to you guys? Like, what do you want to achieve? What is your main like challenges in relation to education? And like consult the sections a lot in creating these goals. But that has not happened yet because again, it's kind of difficult to do without a president. But then that would like, my idea would be that that would be like the base of this like unofficial education community.
Okay, perfect. Verise, ESN Boris. And Catherine, do you want your last question and we'll... Oh, and Jaime, yes, sorry. Jaime first and then Catherine.
Remy, ESN Stockholm here. So, okay, you mentioned extensively the problems in the national board. Very shortly, do you think these problems are related to the current national board structure, so national board and national board support, or to the people occupying these positions?
Well, I think people who don't reply in the group chat is not a help to these issues. I think maybe it's a little bit like it's difficult to really separate like the people in the structure, but like I don't think there is a single person in national board that actually has like a bad intention or whatever. I think there just has been this culture of like, I work on my thing, you work on your thing. And that is sort of like combined with what I said about like the disproportionate focus on hierarchy. I think that is what it's causing like the problems right now. And also because it means that when people are very like, I work on my thing, you do your thing. It also means that, for instance, I have extremely limited knowledge of what happens with like communications or whatever. So when this person is not replying, I mean, obviously not now that Veronica is doing a lot of work, but if communication manager is not replying, as she, yes, is not, it's extremely limiting because the rest of us just don't know what's happening in that area of the board. So I would say like a bit of both.
Okay, so do you think that having more... Okay.
Three spots that were not paid. What happened?
So I do not know why, but when I had only been on the board for like a month, I think, and then we had like 3 spots for national level for EGM, and they just randomly were not paid, and we lost them, and it was just, I think that also was where I started to get this feeling of like, what is happening in this board? Like I felt like there were parallel group chats. I don't feel like calling anybody out. I feel like it could start drama unnecessarily.
And with that, thank you so much, Astrid, for your presentation and for the question round. And we're now moving on to Rizwan. He's online to do his presentation, his mandate presentation. So we also have a Slido actually. In a slide is in the slides of the national board. Yeah, actually, Rizwan, feel free to share your screen if you can. If not, we'll try to present it from our side. And then we'll break for lunch, everybody. Sorry, for coffee break, not for lunch. Please don't be out for an hour. I cannot afford that at the moment. Panic. Rizwan, are you there? Give 1 minute.
Can hear you.
As a board member, I've been joining board meetings, maintained communication related to my positions, replying emails and stuff. Helped out national level as much as possible, especially the board support whenever they need it. I also been in touch with ESN Sodathon to bring them back in ESN Sweden network. And as far as I know, they are doing the presentation today. I've also been working as the buddy for ESN Växjö and Malmo, even though I know that the buddy project hasn't been active directly that much. Also kept documentation of everything I've been doing, so there is a proper transition, and whoever takes over has access to all the documents and everything that has been happening related to event manager's position, including email replies or messages sent between people or our participants. Yeah, I think that's all.
Hello. I don't know. Can you hear me if I talk like this?
I can hear you, but nothing else.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, because we can't see your reaction because your video is off. So you had like lack of transparency. I mean, people like, what? Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, okay. So I mean, there's been mentioning of that for like so many NAs now. I think lack of transparency. Then now it's like the negative comments towards board support, especially like the general teams, not team. I don't. Team feeling maybe. The lack of delegation when it comes to you being in Bangladesh in times of crisis. How do you justify that? I feel like especially when it's crisis, you should like be together, work together, and try to like make things happen and not exclude.
Yeah. So I have to say sorry, I guess, because I think she misunderstood my statement on that fact. Because when I realized when she reached out to me and said like she would not be able to present during that meeting when we were supposed to discuss interim president position or bank access issues, I didn't want her to be stressed. And that's what my intention when I said it, that not to stress about, worried about it. And the other part with the board support and boards, I think Astrid also mentioned the same thing, that it has been like this before, that a lot of the decisions that board have to vote on, we do discuss within the board and just put it out there so we know that we're going to vote on this or agree on this. I know that's not ideal, but with the other part, I also said it, I think, during a board meeting, that yes, it actually makes sense that NBS should get also the email. But as far as I remember, we used to have them in the email list. So whatever emails that we were getting, board support was also supposed to get. I don't know what happened there. The last part of your question, I actually didn't get it. Like, yeah, negative comments thing, that's what I meant. I think you were pointing out that the meeting that Astrid couldn't join and she really wanted to join, that one, right? Okay, that one was totally out of my control. Like, the thing is that I was in touch with people with the whole OC when I was in Bangladesh to work. but what happened afterwards is it was out of my control because nobody knew it's gonna happen. I mean, it made the international news because of that. And besides this, the open call thingy, I guess that's the main thing that I missed, that I planned to do. That thing is part of national level, national event managers rule anyway. So, you know, totally wasn't in the plan that, oh, something might happen, and then somebody had to do this. So, yeah.
Somebody here is requesting context for this Bangladesh topic, and just a second before we go into that,
and
just
the
a second,
transparency
just a
part
second before we
is,
go into that. In terms of questions, I want to
and
propose
so
the closing. I want to
the
propose
idea
the closing
is,
of the speakers list,
wait,
given that we already
hello?
have 6 questions in the topic. Anybody opposes? You
Wait.
oppose to the closing of the speakers list? We already are, just for your clarity. We have 1 minute on the clock. I'm going to extend it by 5. So, yeah. Do you still want to oppose? You are allowed to. Like, I'm just sharing. You want to? Is it okay then, or do you want to oppose? Okay. Then we're closing the speakers list with 6 questions. Thank you, everyone, and sorry, Hemi. I hope you got clarification from the other questions. Okay, you can go ahead, Rizwan. Sorry, I had to close the speakers list, otherwise this would be impossible. Hello?
Is some okay?
Yeah, you can go back to your topic.
Oh.
5 minutes on the clock again. Go. Clarification on Bangladesh, that was the question.
Yeah, so that one was out of my control. Like, I didn't expect it to happen, and yeah, it made the international news because of this, the situation over there. And the transparency part, I think I mentioned it for last NA also, that a lot of things in Seattle that is happening is more open to everyone than it used to be before. And all the decisions that are made related to Seattle, it's always been done in OC calls. OC calls are open for sections to join to see how we work. And as I said, documentations are kept. So even the next board will have access to those documentation, like what we discussed, what we voted on, and stuff like that.
Okay, thank you. No, just tell me, Santiago. Yes.
Okay. So I went to visit my parents in Bangladesh in last July.
Can you just be a bit more concise
there was
and to
a
the point?
political
And this applies to the
turmoil,
whole NA.
and the government actually shut off the internet totally, and which kind of hampered my process of sending out an open call to elect the OCs or coordinators the way I actually intended to do. I think that's what you meant, or if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, that's covered. Thank you. Just for everyone again, concise and clear questions, Christos, ESN Gothenburg. And then prepare to run for Veronica after.
Yeah, Christos, ESN
Yeah, first it's Sneaky, but then it's Veronica. Go Christos, go Christos.
Yeah. Go Christos.
Ignore me.
Yeah, it's good that you mentioned the positions of the CBATL OC in your mandate report, but can we also know the people in these positions, and can we know them beforehand, like not just from the website of CBATL, and also how they were selected, how the coordinators were selected, the dance teachers, and the reimbursements for example, the dance teachers and everyone included, because these are not very open right now.
The coordinators, I think we had the call open for 9 days, I think.
2 minutes.
And based on the applications that we received, we discussed within the OC, went through their experience with different
2 minutes on the
some
clock.
of them were in Seattle, some of them were working in different other national events in other countries in program or in communication. And based on this one, we well, voted on who we want to bring in as coordinators. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Christos?
I'm sorry, but this didn't answer my question. I said about the CBATL OC coordinators, dance teachers, and how the reimbursements for them are selected, not just the coordinators.
Okay. For the OCs is, as I said, I think I stated before several times, like OC4 is usually we always ask the OCs from previous years if they want to stay on or not, and if they do, and if they did a good job, we always used to keep them. And in between, let's say some coordinators, if they did a good job, I personally reached out to them if they want to be in the OC to contribute more if they have time. And yeah, based on that one, usually, because the intention was with my mandate was to send out an open call to start with, but you know, it didn't happen. Hopefully, next national event manager would be able to do it. But for the OCs, it's mostly if they have been working before as a coordinator and if they have experience with and familiarity with the event and the ship, that actually helps in the selection, like if they can make it to the OC or not. And
Were you
by
covered,
the
Nikki?
way, OCs were selected by me, and coordinators were selected through the OC.
Okay.
I think Christos is going to say that the reimbursement part was not answered again.
So could you clarify
which
your
one?
question?
Reimbursements.
Which reimbursement?
For dance teachers and basically everybody involved, like
Oh, yeah.
DJs,
So the reimbursement
coordinators,
process is
OC.
mostly the ESN Sweden's one. For local travel is 1,000 kronor, and for international 2,500. But for this edition, we look in the need of those positions to allow cut down some of the budgets for international coordinators. So that, let's say, for the program coordinators that we are having, they will have the same limit as the local program coordinators of 1,000 kroner when they travel. And for the OC is 1,000 kroner within Sweden, and if you are traveling international, is 2,500. For the artists is different. Just so you know, to update you guys, for artists. For the media crew, because sometimes they have to bring book special luggage to bring equipments for the event. And for the artists, it's always based on negotiation and yeah, like what they usually get for the travel expenses in different events.
Okay. Nikki, are you covered?
No. Mine is different, but it's a quick one.
Okay, go.
Nikki ESN Göteborg. I'd like an update on the sales this year's edition and also a comparison to last year's spring edition.
Yeah. So compared to, I think you asked about the sales, right? And like a comparison with the last, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So comparing to last edition, of course, it's a bit low, but we were prepared for it. I think I mentioned it last time in a board meeting also that the cruise company, they actually gave us the heads up that maybe this spring the demand would be low for special cruises. And comparing to last edition, we will have around 100 sales less at the end. Right now we are at 358, if I'm not wrong, total sales, and we still have, well, another 15 days left. So usually a lot of sales happens when the sales are open and when the sales are ending. So yeah.
Let's try to be more concise
but in
our
income-wise, we are on a
questions
safe
and
side
answers,
already.
please.
Yes, okay, thank you. 358 is the only number I'm looking for, and the other one is last year's spring. Just say one number, that's it. Thank you.
yeah, compared to last year, I don't have access to the sales right directly. Maybe Mets can give you a live update if he's there, so because he can log in and have a look and make a comparison right away.
So yeah,
But as I said, our expectation wise, it would be 100 kroner less. Sorry, 100 sales less than last year. Last year it was like I think 600. 600, around 600 sales that we had last edition, and this edition we're expecting to have 500.
Matt, go with
yes.
this.
So the 33rd, which is the spring edition last year, that was according to Pretix, that was very good. That was 980 people.
Mhm.
That was insane. But that was a peak. So the spring before that, the 31st edition was at 570. So 980 is not the usual. That's not what we usually have. We are still under that mark, and I do not think we will reach it this edition, but there will be a few more sales because the sales did not close.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next question, Veronica, ESN Sweden.
Thank you, Veronica is in Sweden. I know you have been in contact with Södertörn, and I know that they sent you an application that you approved as board. First of all, why weren't we made aware that there is such an application? Second of all, why wasn't this application shared with the network? I believe you should have shared it also with the network and the city. And I actually had to ask Södertörn for their application personally. So I would just like to know why wasn't it shared with anyone? I know it was shared later on. It was shared later on, like a few days before the NA when we contacted the city. Why isn't it in there? And they didn't know about anything. So why wasn't this mentioned like ever?
Can you write down the question in the chat?
Question, and then we come back to this answer so that we optimize time. It's Astrid, go for it.
Astrid is in Sweden. I wanted to just ask a little bit more. You described like the recruitment process for the Sea Battle OC, but I just wanted to ask what measures are taken to ensure that all volunteers from the network have like a shot at being part of Sea Battle. I understand that it's about who has experience and everything, but by the end of the day, like it's just very human. You cannot have eyes on everybody and how everybody's doing at Sea Battle. So what measures do you take to like make sure that recruitment is fair to everybody?
One of the idea that we've been trying to enforce quite a bit is to engage the sections representatives quite a bit with the OC meetings and everything. So, like you get familiarized with the activities and also try to bring in more volunteers within the local sections. So they get to see what the event is about so that they feel the motivation to apply. And the application wise, as I said, keeping documentation of everything, like the open call for the coordinator and excuse me, and for the OC. Hopefully, I hope you guys get to elect the next event manager already this NA, so that person would have more time to actually open the call and already start recruiting for next edition, next year. And process-wise, there is a document prepared for it, like all the email, as I said, like text for the emails and everything. I document everything so that next person have things ready to follow up. And those kind of open calls, as usual, we will send it out to the LR mailing list. This time we included within the volunteer open call together with coordinator at the same time. And of course, the coordinator deadline was a bit shorter than the volunteer positions because coordinators, we need them earlier, quicker, and also it also shows the motivation of a person when they actually apply, like right away when they see the email. But for the recruitment wise, is open call is the best option to send out to the LR mailing list, so the sections have it, and sections also to understand that they can spread the word around within their alumni or active members, not just keeping it within the board.
Okay, thank you, Rizwan. Matt's reaction?
I mostly want to reaction to Nikki's and Christos' question before, if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it.
About choosing of OC and coordinators and volunteers. The OC is chosen by the national event manager, and there's not like we can have an open call, but that is the authority, and that's also how it should be, so that you can assemble a team that works together. Because, for example, for the national board, if people are just voted in based on one presentation, we see how that works. And if we do it for C battle, well, then we lose, I think, a lot of money. For the coordinators, I want to mention that that's not decided by Rizwan alone. That is an OC decision, and I just looked up the meeting that we had there. That was without we discussed it quite long, but in the end we were all fine with that, and we had no no's or abstains. Everybody voted for the coordinator list, and we have 3 people on the OC here: Angelo, Mariam, and me. So if you have more questions towards the choosing of coordinators and also volunteers, you have people here to ask that are also presently here. You can ask during the breaks, not just Rizwan. That was not a decision that Rizwan took on his own. That was what we discussed.
Okay, thank you, Matt. And then final question from Veronica. You've already been sent the question that she had posted on Slido through the Meet, so it's in the chat.
Any questions? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. So I was in touch with Sodaton because they sent us an email in the board chat, by the way, not to me, but to the national board. And of course, after that, I informed the board that I can help them out because I did it before for ESN Hub Day, ESN Sodaton once before. And then I was in touch with the international level about it, and they actually guided me like how to help them. And based on this one, I told them that they have to send us a formal application, which they did to the board. And I had to wait a bit because the board actually have to agree that, okay, yeah, they applied. I mean, formalities. Of course, we want them to be there. And I'm sorry because there was a lot of things happening at exact moment, especially with the bank and all the other documentation. So, and I wasn't being 100% healthy when I think Leslie, who actually pointed it out, that we might have missed to forward that application to the city that we were supposed to do, and I apologize for the delay. Like that was on me, straight.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
also apologies to the city. I'm sorry that I sent it to the last minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Rizwan, for your presentation. Now we're going to break for coffee break for, sorry. Okay, yeah, go for it, Max. Just the comment, I think, right?
Max Gothenburg. Yeah, just a comment. I do not expect an answer because anyways, it doesn't really come very often. I realize that you say sorry a lot and that you apologize a lot, and yet nothing is changed because despite many times of the section asking you to be more transparent, to actually make a proper open call for the OC, for the coordinators, to actually give us access to the documents of this battle, but also the previous ones, because we want to see them. Also very poor communication, because I must say that I have been chosen as a coordinator, but I have been aware of most of the details 3 days ago, which is fun. I just would like to ask you, Rizwan, for accountability, because we have had many issues in the board, but I think most of the sections can agree that you are one of them, definitely.
Max, this is becoming...
We really expect more from someone that has been elected, and we most of all expect accountability when you do things that are not good for the network, and not just apologies and dodging.
Okay, I ask you that when you're doing these types of interferences, please be a bit more responsible emotionally. Like it's okay to have feedback to give to people, but you can always feedback that in ways that actually are still okay for the other human being. Max, come on. Well, thank you, Rizwan. Thank you, everyone. We're now breaking for coffee for 15 minutes, meaning at 12:50, please be back, okay? So that we then do, it's not, sorry, 11:50. I'm sorry, it's just that if I look at my Portuguese laptop, we're 1 hour behind. If I look at Romanian's laptop, it's 1 hour ahead. So my brain is like, fuck. Yes, I know, but like, so this is difficult, guys, but I'm trying. Thank you, Rizwan.
ESN Lund? ESN Malmö? ESN Hovde? ESN Stockholm? ESN Uppsala? ESN Växjö? Perfect, we have quorum. We're 12 here. Wonderful. So now we're moving on into the applications, and we're starting with statutory bodies, specifically auditors. So we have Tenzim here with us online to talk to you. Tell me, Tenzim. You raise your hand. Oh, there's a delay. Oh no. Okay, Tenzim. You can start now, and you have exactly 7 minutes, and then you have a 10-minute question round. So
perfect. Thank you. Well, hello everyone. I'm really sorry I could not be there because I have a work trip that I need to leave tomorrow, Stockholm. So unfortunately, I could not make it. But I hope you're enjoying the sunny weather. Now, coming back to business. Well, I'm Tanzim. I hope all of you have read my application. First of all, a bit about me. I think the most important thing you have to know about me is cats. I love cats. I have 4 of myself, so that's how I motivate people to work. Also about my educational background, I have studied law for my undergrad in the University of London, and then I also studied international relations and global politics, 2 different masters here in Sweden since I moved in 2018. A bit about my professional background. I have been a lawyer, and now I also work in fashion and H&M in more assortment planning aspect. And about ESN background, well, I think you have already seen my application with my CV, so I'm not going to go into details, but I have been in both local and national level, in both vice president, president positions, also events and secretary. So more or less, I'm used to all the ESN documentation processes, and especially ESN Sweden. Now, why back to ESN Sweden? Well, I think first and foremost for me, what I see lacking in ESN Sweden right now is the lack of culture, communication, and also accountability. And I think personally for me, it's really important to make sure that it's a fair process for everyone. And also do not forget our objective, which is first of all to give a good experience for international students, Erasmus students, and also to our volunteers who work in this network. And I can clearly see, unfortunately, that's no longer the case, and I want to contribute to that process, despite having my good and bad experiences from ESN Sweden. Now, going directly into the business, the proposals that I have made in my application, I'm going to go into them a bit more and also try to give a little bit of more reasoning to those. And then please feel free to ask more questions. First of all, we need to do a complete overhaul of our statutes and standing orders. It's a bit all over the place for some time, for sure. And there have been multiple attempts to make this more clear. However, due to different barriers, this has never happened. And it's a process, I understand. It's never going to happen in a day or two. But I think it's time that we start to work on this so that it's super clear for not only the national board, the national level, but also the whole network that, okay, these are our guiding principles and this is what we need to follow. Second of all, this is something that I started during my first mandate, which is to make a monthly report mandatory for national level members. There is a clear template in the drive, everything is there. However, back at that point, I never got the support from my national level members because, I'm not blaming anyone here, but they had different objectives in mind. And since this was not mandatory, no one felt content to do it. And I think now, given all the talks regarding accountability, transparency, I think this is a really important step to take so that you always get updates from national level members, and then you don't have people who stay national level without doing any work. So it's easier also to take attempts from local section and the national level in itself to remove these people from the board or national level if necessary. Third, overall the national level structure by rewriting position description and removing unnecessary positions. And I'm going to be very clear here. I think certain positions that we have in the national level right now, for example, the project manager position, this is not giving us any results. Then also we have a lot of positions in the board support, for example, the vice treasurer. And this was when this was taken in initially now 3 years back, if I remember correctly, which was reasons because we had a lot of events going on at the same time. And now it is not giving us any results either. So we need to take actions on those, remove hierarchical or structure. Remove the structure within so that we have more flexibility, at the same time more efficiency. Restructuring the events position, we have 2 events positions right now, and unfortunately, here I'm not saying bad about anyone else, but unfortunately this also does not work for ESN Sweden, because we have not had a training event. Now the last one we had was in 2022 or 2023, I don't remember right now. So to make this more efficient and have one events position, which is not only going to do sea battle, but they also work with events of ESN Sweden, because right now the big focus on sea battle takes away a lot of possibilities for ESN Sweden to improve in this factor. For example, having a national Erasmus Games. Restructuring the VP position so that the VP does not have to focus on the NA, but can work on the human resource aspect more, supporting the local sections better. We also need to restructure audit commission. It's again, we have not had an audit commission now for some time. So to make it more clear, tasks should be more clear, how they work with the national level and also with the local sections. Audit commission budget. Unfortunately, I don't know. I have not seen the budget proposal of this year, but I think there should be audit commission budget included, which means when we have a full audit commission, I plan that the other people in the audit commission can go to local sections and inspire people to join local audit commissions, so that we can build our own national audit committee, which will involve people who are part of the local audit commissions, at the same time people who are interested to learn about auditing or want to contribute to ESN Sweden in some way. Now, how would this proposal turn into reality? First of all, your main auditor would send out meeting invitations to all of you with questionnaires with all of these feedbacks or proposals that are given, and then also taking into the aspect of the reality of the national level feedback, and then asking for your own opinion. Then the draft will be made, which will be discussed with the national board, and finally, the main auditor will propose to them. Now, you might wonder the timeline about my proposals. First of all, it's the summer NA. By summer NA, I think there should be already the groundwork done, so that as soon as the new national level starts from July, during the autumn NA, all the proposals are made, and we don't have to carry all this, I'm sorry for my language, but carry all this shit to another year, and to fix it as soon as possible. Now, given all of these things and my own inspirations and my experiences, but I still feel there's something that I would personally like you to consider, which is, please reflect among all of yourself if you actually want these changes, if you think these are beneficial for ESN Sweden, because you don't necessarily need to agree with me. You might have your different opinions. Second of all, fortunately, I am ESN Sweden dinosaur in the aspect that I am an old board member. I've been there in the old national level, and I come with my own experiences and also thoughts. I can say that I'm a very open person. I can take your feedback, but it's up to you to decide. So I also want you to consider whether you want an old person with this fresh new people. It's not my job to get into their business, but at the same time, I do come with my experiences that will impact certain conversations, certain discussions. So I honestly want you to feel, because it's not about me here, it's about the Swedish network, and what you feel is the right combination for our betterment. And finally, if you have any questions about any of the proposals that I make, feel free to ask me now, or you can even reach out before Sunday, and I hope to answer you more. And with that, I am done with my presentation. Well, thank you, Angela, for your question. If you look into the old minutes, the NA documents, the proposals that I make right now, which is, let's say, the events, then restructuring the VP, These were all the things that I've been talking about for, well, 2 of my mandates. And yeah, unfortunately, these were not done back then. But I feel that right now, given the experiences throughout the years, I think the network also understands why we would need these proposals to be implemented. That's my opinion. You can disagree with me. However, given my experiences, let's take in the bad experiences, I also feel I am better equipped right now to handle those better, and also to inform the new people that these are the problems you might face internally, externally, and everything that can affect your regular business. I hope that answers your question. Thank you for your question, Astrid. I think, first of all, if you look into these proposals, most are to do with documentations, changing responsibilities. How would an national event manager work? How would an events coordinator work? Whether we need certain positions like the project manager. This, I think, well, as much as I would like to have more people in the audit commission, but it's not to do with people necessarily. It's more to do with rewriting documents. And yes, I definitely want more people in the audit commission, because I'm going to be honest. I am here to do this for 1 year so that we can set a clear structure, and then it's helped the functioning of ESN Sweden. But at the same time, I would want other people to join the audit commission so that we do it together, and at the same time they have more experience so that they can take over the audit commission. We still have a functioning audit commission for a long time, and hopefully also inspire people to join ESN Sweden. Yeah.
Guidelines. But in your presentation, I had more the feeling that you are interested in changing all those guidelines. But how does that? Isn't that a different task? Isn't that more a task of board president, for example, to make sure that guidelines are changed and improved? Not the audit. The audit is more like of a judicative of overseeing that those guidelines are followed rather than creating them. No.
Well, I think this is a very good question, and thank you for asking. First of all, just to be clear, anyone in the network can make any proposal. That can be regarding statutes, that can be regarding the standing orders, or events policy paper, or anything. So it's not only the president or the national board who has the right to make proposals. Okay. Second of all, yes, I'm not forcing this on anyone, but that's why I also write in one of the proposals. It also clearly or rewriting audit commission's responsibilities, which would partly also be that the audit commission comes with proposals which, together with the national level, that they find would benefit the network, because the audit commission works with the national board, the national level, and also with all the local sections. So yes, it is not, on paper, it is not the audit commission's job, but the proposals are open to anyone. So that's where my proposals come in. And definitely I would work together with the national board. I'm not trying to force my proposals here. Yeah.
That's covered. Okay, Remy, ESN Stockholm. And we have 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock.
Yes, so I think my question was already answered. Can I ask another one that I send now?
We put it again in the speakers list.
Okay, so
and
I give
give
it
it
to
over
Astrid.
to Astrid, yeah.
Astrid from ESN Sweden. I don't know if you're familiar with the situation, but currently there is quite a large discussion on if the national events manager, who is obviously the head of Sea Battle, can be involved in a competing student cruise during his mandate, which is the situation that we're in currently. And it's quite a large discussion in the network. What is your take on this situation?
Well, first of all, yes, I've heard about this. Unfortunately, according to our current standing orders and statutes, this is not conflicting. If you ask me personally, whether do I think this is the right case, I don't think so. I'm going to be very honest. However, I think this is also a good reason why we need to make this kind of, because now we have seen all the possibilities. In my last mandate, it was a massacre with all of the things, and we took lessons from there. I made this proposal during last summer NA that you cannot be involved in the national board or national board support for more than 3 mandates, and now we have learned another thing. So I think part of rewriting the statutes and standing orders would also include that you cannot be involved or take information from internal information, and then that can be used in any other competing event or organization.
We have 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock. I propose to close the speakers list. Anybody opposes? No. Okay, please, the speakers list is closed. So then it's Remy and Katerina. Go for it. Remy?
Hi, Remy, ESN Stockholm here. So I won't do the whole story again about what happened with the police case against Konstantina Oscar during your mandates. So there were some financial misconducts, let's say. So given that you want to be the financial auditor, simply do you feel qualified to do it regarding the previous problems which happened during your mandate?
Well, good question again. Well, I don't know how much you're aware of the whole
1
thing
minute.
that happened last year, but a part of the role, the responsibility that I had to take together with back then the national board, and also thanks to the vice treasurer back then, Percy, was to fix all of the mess and to audit our own documents so that we could catch what happened. Okay. So in that regard, I do have the experience. Yes. Do I feel qualified enough? Do I have financial knowledge enough to do a proper financial audit? No, definitely not. I'm not a financial person. And therefore, it would be great to have a financial auditor also in the audit commission. But that necessarily does not mean that I don't know how our budget is to have. And now, given also the experience, I can also aware the national board, especially the president and myself, to also have more clear monthly look at the budgets, how are the expenses being done, and so on.
Okay, just some words on motivation, because we have already run out of the 10 minutes time. So just quickly the motivation, then we'll move on to the next candidate.
Yeah, so I mean, we all know our national board has a bit of a problem to stay motivated. So I just wanted to ask you how you plan on staying motivated and motivate the other people that might work with you, or the volunteers that have to spend their time on changing everything.
Thank you for the question. Well, I'm going to go a bit back into my history of ESN, okay? So I did 2 masters simultaneously. At the same time, I was doing ESN. Well, now, thankfully, I don't have to study anymore. I do have my own work, but ESN always has been a place where I personally felt like a community. I came to Sweden as an international student, and ESN is where I found my family, the old board members or the national level members that we work together with. We still visit each other, through birthdays and other events. So it has been a special place for me, and I feel it's not about only motivating myself because I'm applying here, but if I accept the responsibility, then it's also part of my regular job that I need to be accountable to people, and I might not be able to do my 100% always, but I've also found my ways to inspire myself and also to inspire other people to do their work, because at the end of the day, it's not about us here. We take the responsibility, we apply because we want to do it. If I feel that I'm no longer able to do it, then I better leave my position, because there are many other people who can do it better. Yeah. Thank you.
Questions, and we'll now go into president. So the first person presenting will be Nikki. So Abdul, you can stay here close. And yeah, first person will be Nikki, and then we'll have Abdul. Sorry? Yes, we do. There's a mic. Santiago, yeah. Okay, and now we have the presentation. So just for reference, similarly to what happened, we have 2 applicants for this position. And therefore, it will have 7 minutes for each one of the position holders, the candidates to present their applications, and then after that, we'll have a joint question round of 20 minutes. So it's in the document, CD. Technical issues, we're almost there. CD. There you go, President Nikki. Yeah. Abdul, if you want, you can sit for a little bit in the corner so that then you can go. Yeah. Oh, and sorry. Yeah. Okay, so 7 minutes on the clock for you, Nikki. Go.
All right, thank you. Yeah, 7 minutes. I'll get right to it. So let's move on, I guess. So I shared a couple of quotes with you in my application to sort of share my motivations a little bit more, and starting with this one from the European Commission. My last 3 years have really been shaped by my exchange in Lithuania, and that is sort of the beginning of the story that continues with me standing here right now. Shortly about me, I come from Slovakia's capital, Bratislava. I am doing currently an architecture master's at Chalmers in Gothenburg, where I'm also a part of ESN Göteborg. And yes, please. Again, I joined ESN after coming back from my exchange in 2022. There were only a couple people in my section at that time, so I was elected as the buddy coordinator right away. Shortly after, I also took over the event coordinator responsibilities for a year. And then after a year in being in my section, I was elected as the president. We grew quite a bit, no, still up, please. We grew quite a bit during that year, and I was super motivated that time. I attended our regional platform, and there I got a motivation to run for the vacant communication manager position in our national board. So I had 2 positions for like half a year. I worked on, apart from the CM tasks, I also worked on the budget since we didn't have a treasurer. And I also did a lot of work on rewriting the statutes and standing orders during that half a year. And then, now you can move. Then in August, I moved to Gothenburg to do my master's. Then I didn't have a position in ESN for the first time after 2 years. But I did miss it, so I joined the ESN International's communication committee in August, and then we had some shifts in the local board, and I took over the communication of our section pretty much starting from this year, sort of, and then I was recently elected as the vice communication manager in our section. And yeah, now for the important part, which is the goals I envision for this national organization for the next year, and maybe further as well. First of all, Google Drive. It should be a place where anybody can find any information at any time without having to go through emails, ask for it, just go there, find anything you want. And that is one of my priorities. Then the decision spreadsheets, a couple times we couldn't find where documents were approved, how they were approved. This would really put it together into one simple spreadsheet, including all of the national board decisions that happen every 2 weeks or so. So you can challenge them if you feel like it and that you know what is going on. And then the revision of statutory documents, which we have already talked about. I do have experience in that. I would like to create more procedures, more guidelines so that everybody can know what to expect and then raise their voices if something is not being followed. Yeah. Communities. For me, one of the most important and best part of the network, we share all of our challenges, but we also, that means we can also share the knowledge we have in overcoming these challenges, and this is exactly the place where it can happen between people that hold the same position in all of the sections.
3:30.
Thank you. Then with that also comes the network stabilization, because I'm not sure if you're aware, but we have a very high turnover on volunteers compared to other regions, so we really need to work harder to preserve knowledge and to preserve the culture, and there the national board should really step in to help educate everybody, help build strategic documents for the sections, and really make sure that whoever comes after us is able to build on top of what we have done. And the availability, of course, I really wanna make sure that everybody feels that you can contact me, you can let me know of anything, and I will be there to help you, to make sure that you have a different opinion, that you have a different view, and that whatever it is that you're currently standing in front, you will be helped with. And I did add this little part as to why we are doing this. And again, I found some nice quotes to do that. First of all, you can move the presentation. Thank you. Yeah, I think we are the voice of the Erasmus generation as ESN. Erasmus generation is everybody that spends a portion of their lives abroad, and we are the ones that can be the voice of all of these people that help build and spread the pan-European identity, the culture of openness and tolerance, above everything else, of course. And yeah, and this, well, yeah, so this whole openness and tolerance that you sort of build during your time abroad is something that never really leaves you. That's why this is something that you really carry on with you and really becomes a part of your identity. And then I guess for me it's really even more meaningful. And then at the end we have this one quote from one of the most beautiful videos I've seen. It's on the next slide. Yeah, so this one. This, for me personally, really tells why I'm here today. That is because I really feel at home within international people, within the international community, and I want to be here for you to really make it the best possible for all of us and all of the people that visit us here in Sweden.
With 40 seconds to spare, thank you, Nikki. Yeah, rocked it. Love that. Especially as we're 1 hour behind, these 40 seconds feel like a blessing. So now it's Abdulkadir's turn. We don't have a presentation for you, but we can put the, okay, lovely. But we can put the application, the formula thingy up. But yeah, if you want to start, you can start. So
yes,
7 minutes on the clock.
Hey everyone, a little bit about me. My name is Abdulkadir, and I'm known as Angelo. That's my alter ego. You'll meet him later, maybe today. Originally, I'm like from Somalia, East Africa, but I lived my entire life in Sweden. I speak 5 languages, barely Spanish, like it's my 5th language. I'm still learning, and I speak the other 4 fluently. I have been part of ESN since 2019, when I moved to Spain in Bilbao to join the ESN section as an active member. And since then, ESN has been part of like an important part of my life. When I came back to Sweden, I joined our local section and as the communication manager. And then quickly I moved to be like the vice president, and after like a few months, and through my VP mandate, I helped like our section host the first NA in Karlstad, or the last national platform, because before 2020 was called, I don't know if you guys remember, or if you have all this here who has been part of ESN before 2020, it was called the national platform. And since then, I had like one goal in ESN, and that was like to enhance the experience of international students. Like I said, my journey started in ESN Bilbao in Spain, and then from there I have also like volunteered in ESN Karlstad as vice president, as communication manager, and as president. One of my main challenges that I help or together with our section, with our board members, we came over was to to make the relationship with the international office much better. Before that, we didn't have any relationship with the international office. So we worked on that during my 2 mandates, and we improved it. Apart from ESN as a board member, I've also volunteered in Sea Battle. I started as a volunteer, as RPA volunteers. I see some of you have been also RPA volunteers. And then from there, I went to as coordinator, and now I'm part of the OC of Sea Battle. And I have been part of the OC the past 2 editions, and it has been like a really enriching experience. Apart from Sea Battle and the local section, I have also been to many national and international events. I've been to 3 EGMs, I've been to 3 national European platforms, Northern European platforms, and I've been to one Southeastern European platform, SIP. I went there like last autumn, and it was really, really good. Through these national and international experiences, I have gained a lot of insight to the challenges and the opportunities that ESN have, and that we share in as a common in the network. My leadership during, if I get elected as the president, and my vision for ESN Sweden will be as follows. If I start with my leadership, I will want to lead with empathy and adaptability. I would like to also encourage to challenge myself and also like the board members or all the volunteers through growth and development. My vision for ESN Sweden is as follows. One of my key focuses will be the health and well-being of the volunteers. A healthy and happy ESN volunteers ensure thriving ESN. I also want to strengthen the relationship between the sections, the local sections, and the national board, because that has been missing even during my time. I had like few hints or few like hope of a good relationship between the national board and the local sections, and I would like to bring that back, because we have to be strong as a whole network. We cannot do we cannot have a national board that's doing their own thing, and the sections maybe doing their own thing, or just standing there wondering like what is going on. That we have to bring back that collaboration. So I would like to conclude why me. With extensive experience in ESN Sweden, not only nationally but also internationally, I would like to continue, or I would like to start with a leadership that's focused on collaboration and development, and also to be ready to lead ESN Sweden into a stronger future. I also want to work and make ESN Sweden an admired and impactful organization in the future, and also make us visible to the whole network internationally. Thank you.
40 seconds from one side. We got 1 hour, 1 minute and 20 seconds from the other. We have 2 extra minutes for the Q&A. So this is wild, I know, guys. So let's open the speakers list. Don't forget to add your questions, your name, and your sections, please, so that it's easier for the minute taking. But yeah, dude, this is next level. Just missing the what? You can't have everything. This is not Hannah Montana's world yet.
Max Gothenburg, hello. I have a question to Angelo. We have a grasp from your speech about your objectives and where you were aiming to go, but I did not really get clear measures that you want to take as a president? Can you tell us more about it?
Perfect. Thank you for your question, Max. Like one of the measures I will take is to continue to improve the communication, especially between the national board members and also the national board support. Because some of the things we have experienced or we have learned from the previous board members was there was a lack of connection between the board members of the national board. And I'm not saying that we need to share overshare our private lives, but it will be really good to know what is going on with our lives and to come closer to each other so that if something, God forbid, happens to one of us, we know and we have empathy towards that person in order to help them also do their ESN work.
Were you covered, Max? Taylor?
Hi, yeah, Taylor, ESN Sweden. So I wanted to ask specifically for smaller sections in terms of how you will support smaller sections, particularly when it comes to opportunities to connect with the larger network or on a national or even an international level. Because I think, for instance, things like EGM, we don't really get included on, or sometimes we don't even know those sort of opportunities exist for ourselves or our members.
Okay. I have also experienced that when I was the president of ESN Karlstad. I was the president of a smaller section. Maybe there are other sections that are smaller than us. So what I lacked was like how everybody here, even today, presented. There's lack of communication from up low. There's no communication, or the communication is not clear from the national board to the local sections. So I hope to start to improve that, and also make sure that the body system where a person from the national board is a body to a local section, and we have to continue that policy or that tradition because it's really helpful to the smaller section. The bigger sections, maybe they don't need it that much, but the smaller section really get something good from when they are connected by or they're contacted by the national board continuously. They know that they're seen. They know that they matter, and I would like to improve and continue that tradition.
Yeah. So basically, communication is first of all. I've already talked to a bunch of you to see what your situations are, how much can you afford actually to go anywhere. Then I think Mats's section exchange proposal, I've read it a week ago, that I think was a very good idea to again boost this. But again, the money is there, it needs to be communicated better. That I think was the issue mostly, especially with EGM, and that is the thing I've already thought about is how we are going to handle the Northern European platform happening in autumn, because we apparently have the money to support the sections. It just needs to be communicated, agreed on. So basically, I think that way, just communicate how are we able to support the sections financially. I think that was the biggest issue with this.
Recovered. We'll move on to Astrid.
Yeah, Astrid, ESN Sweden. Also, I think this question actually relates a little bit to the question before, in the sense that National Board right now currently has recruitment problems. We don't have applications for a full board. There also is no application for an education officer, which obviously is a tragedy. I believe that these recruitment problems are due to the quite high level of conflict. How do you plan to reduce the level of conflict?
I'll start by saying that yes, but I also think it's because, as you said when you were running, that there's not a lot of information, which is again one of my points, which I want to do is again communicate, and it's not just the word, it's really a lot of hard work, thinking about it. So, but that goes for both things, communicate, set expectations from one another, just so that everybody knows within the national board, okay, what is expected of me, how am I supposed to do this? And then just open and honest communication about everything. Really, I think that's really where it starts. You can do a lot of stuff, but the expectation for honest communication is something I have basically with everybody, and that is what I would expect from others as well.
Yes, it's actually true that a lot of the problems that come or that affect ESN Sweden, not specifically only ESN Sweden, even like other national organizations that we have seen or heard about, is a lot of conflict between the board members, and I personally believe this conflicts usually comes from misunderstanding, like not understanding each other, which also goes back to what my colleague said, that the communication part. We need to have clear goals or clear transparency, like also Max mentioned, clear transparency on how to work together as a team. We have to, we don't have necessarily to be friends, but there has to be like some kind of like professional respect between like the national board members, and like don't take anything personal, because we are here for the improvement or for the purpose of helping international students, or at least helping the local sections help international students.
Before moving on to the next question, is there anybody thinking of a question or writing in Slido? Okay, I propose to close the speakers list after Christos. Astrid as well. So after Astrid, I propose to close the speakers list. Does anybody oppose? The speaker list is closed after Astrid. Katerina, please.
Okay. Yeah. My next question. I want to clarify.
Name
you
and
guys.
section.
Name of section?
Yeah.
Katarina in Stockholm. Sorry. Yeah. I just want to clarify. First of all, this is the question. I mean, everybody knows who you're dating, and it's not a problem. I just want to say that what? Sorry. No, but for me, I don't care, but I want it to be communicated or be talked about, just in case there's problems. So how do you plan on handling potential conflicts? God forbid you guys break up. I don't want to say anything or anything, but I want to get this talk through before we vote on anything, and just want to know also that you guys talked about it.
Yeah, it's it's gonna be hard to believe, but it's like the same with everything. Open communication, we talk about it, and there's other people in the national board as well that can mediate, that can then talk to you guys about how they see the situation. You're gonna have obviously all of the meeting minutes, everything going on. I don't think there's anything to hide in that respect. Like, we're probably gonna disagree at some point about stuff, but again, might be hard to believe, but I don't really see this potential conflict to be any different than a conflict with anybody else. Like, we disagree on stuff with our section as well a lot of the times, but it's not a personal conflict, it's sort of a professional conflict.
Ask a follow-up question to
that? You should have put it in the question round, but if you have a reaction, you can just say it, but they don't have to answer to it.
Okay, no, I just want to if you guys break up, you guys could work together. I'm just asking. Listen, right now we have two national board members that are not there, and if you guys are both fighting, and then one of you decides to leave, then we have 4 people in the national board, and that would be a shame again. So you guys are both willing to work next to each other, and then that's fine.
Yeah, of course. But that can happen with anybody. I just want to say this, sorry, quickly, that this happened this year, and they were not dating, so
Okay. Thank you, Remy, ESN Stockholm. But before that, the first one to answer is Angelo, because you answered first the double question. So you can go ahead.
Okay. Remy, ESN Stockholm. So I believe that a lot of the main skill of a president would be actually to manage the people in the national board, because we had problem of recruitment, motivation, long-term commitment. So I would like you to develop more about how you view your management of the people in the national board.
Personally, I believe that you don't have to manage people, because as part of the national board, we are a team, we are working together, and in that team, as the president, you need to make sure that everybody's heard, everybody's accounted for, and everybody can have like a safe space where they can voice their concerns, their opinions, their suggestions, their ideas. And I will really work hard to make sure that everybody feels that way. Because to be honest, we are human beings. Like feelings, we try to always push it away, but it's always there. Like people feel some kind of way, and that always affect their decision in some kind of way. So we will, like, personally, together with him, we'll try to, to continue to improve the feelings and also like the sense of belonging, that they have to feel that they belong in their environment. So that's one of the things I'll do. And when it comes to recruitment, we'll try to actively continue to reach out to the local board members, reach out to even people that are interested in being part of the ESN Sweden, the national board and the national board support. We'll actively try to contact them and try to bring them and then show them like the importance and how they can make ESN Sweden like good, how they can contribute. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Contribute to the network. We'll try to show them that.
So as for the qualifications, that's what I see. That was your question. So for my qualification, I was the section president back a year or two ago. We grew as a section by around 15 people. So I think I got a lot of experiences there. I made a bunch of mistakes in the beginning, and then we were able to grow better. And then I also did what I would like to do here with the communities. That is another experience in management I had, where I was dealing with the local communication managers, so that we had coordinated communication within the whole network. And then also some from work, of course. I've had some work experiences when I was in a leadership role. But as for the qualifications, that, and then again, any plans, it's again talking to people, finding out how and if they are willing to do it. But not just to motivate everybody, but really to sort of make them question if they're really willing to do this commitment, because it is a commitment for a year. And there's expectations of people. There's 30 people sitting here asking questions. So it is a big commitment. So everybody needs to be aware of that, not just, come here, do this, it's gonna be fun. But there's also some really hard work that goes behind it. So just making sure everybody's informed about everything.
Okay, Matt, ESN Sweden.
So we've had the problem this mandate that there was no treasurer elected and nobody applied for treasurer. So we had a lot of problems with deciding who does which tasks, who has which responsibilities. So what would be your stand on how to handle this in case nobody applies by summer?
Yeah, so first of all, try to find somebody to apply until the summer NA. That's the number one priority. But then again, it's about the discussions with the national board, but also with the sections, because obviously I personally have set out some goals. And I also do have an idea of how the treasurer's job, and not just job, but also the treasurer's sort of product of work that you can see should look like. And then it's about discussing with the national board and the National Assembly what is the priority. Basically, if we are not able to do some of our tasks in order to do the treasurer task, which of those should be put on sidetrack instead of something else. So again, just talking this through, but of course making sure that somebody does it. But I think I have experience with it. Elias is another candidate who has experience being the section treasurer. And then of course, if Tanzim is elected, then he has plenty of experience with this as well, and I'm sure he would be willing to help. So I think it would be covered.
Yes, honestly, this was also one of the questions that I had. How are we going to handle the lack of treasurer? When I read the applications, I saw no one has applied for treasurer, and it actually I don't actually have. If I have to be honest with you, I don't have a clear answer, not to you, not to myself either. But if we are together as a national board, as a national organization, we will tackle the challenges on the way, and most importantly, we will try to find someone to fill that void as quickly as possible. That's like one of my goals, at least in the beginning when I get elected, or when I when I start my mandate, hopefully.
Taylor, do you still have a reaction? You can ask a question, only a reaction.
Yeah, they're independent.
Yeah.
They're independent.
Yeah. No, you can't. Next question is a question that. Next question is from
Matt has a reaction.
Have a reaction.
Matt has a reaction.
Okay, reaction.
Like a little advice for the future. As a president, don't try to get too involved in the treasury. Put it on someone else, because first of all, treasurer and president are two positions that have an insane amount of workload. And second, we saw that this concentration of power really was not liked by the rest of the board or the local sections, because, well, then there are no checks and balances anymore.
Okay, next question. It's a question that's supposed to be asked to the vice president. So we skip this question because it doesn't cover the portfolio of the president. It's the portfolio of the VP candidate. I mean, you can answer it if you want to. Okay, you can answer the question.
Ashwati Isan Uppsala, because you mentioned in your presentation that you will improve the health of volunteers. I did not understand, first of all, what it means, and like how will you do it? Thank you.
Yeah, like Michele said, that I will work closely with the vice president, of course, to not only like improve, but also like to make sure that it's one of how do you say, is one of our 6 causes, the health and well-being of all ESN volunteers, and also like international students. We have to advocate, we have to improve that. So by at least knowing and collaborating with the national board supporters, and also hopefully drain it down to the local volunteers, we'll try to have guidelines that will help them understand the importance of personal life and ESN professional life, and to be able to help them use their like soft skills to improve their work so that it doesn't affect or impact their lives negatively. That was like one of my thoughts.
Okay, next question.
Well, so
name and section.
Mats from ESN Sweden. Well, last time we had a lot of collisions in the board on views of how the board and also how the president is to be involved in ESN battle, whether he has any positions there, whether he is overseeing certain parts of what the OC is doing, or whether it should be a separate thing. So to give basically just some clear views, I will later also ask as a national event manager applicant. What would you think? Yeah, I think my question was just removed. What do you think should be your role in sea battle?
If I go first, like it's mentioned in the job description and also like the board position description, sea battle is the responsibility of the national event manager. Of course, I will try to do everything that the national event manager needs, like from me, in order to make sea battle in any edition very successful. But I will not overstep like my side and try to like enforce or make changes or influence anything. I will try to help them as much as possible, and if and when they need me to be part of the OC or be part of a coordinator, I will gladly do that.
As for the OC or being a bigger part of it, I'd actually say no, to be honest. I think there's a lot of people here that want to do it, and I will gladly let them do it. I think if I'm elected, I'll have plenty of other stuff to do. And as for the president's role, of course, there's going to be discussions within the national board, I think, about the whole event, and I will, of course, take part in that, since I do have a couple of opinions, but in general, it is the national event manager's job, and that's, I think, the bottom line.
Okay, next question from ESN Lund.
Yeah, Artem, ESN Lund. So my question is that you've mentioned that you've got plenty of experience in collaborative stuff, and we all know that ESN is first and foremost a network. So my question is for both of you, what are your plans on these networks? So do you plan to foster the ones we've had already, or maybe to look into some more collaborations and some more stakeholders? And if yes, then what's your way of doing that?
I would start by, again, mentioning Astrid, because I like 110% agree with what she said. Like, we need to stabilize ourselves, look at ourselves, make sure we are working properly, and then go outwards. And yes, I've already checked. There's 2, I think, national agencies here in Sweden for Erasmus Plus programs. I think there's potential in, then again, going back to what Astrid has prepared materials, look at them, go to the ESN survey, try to pinpoint in what ways from this data, in what ways we are able to provide something that is very clearly communicable, and then propose this as a project to different government agencies, maybe get money as well for it, as well as for US sections. I mean, these projects should be something that is implemented at the local level, and we would just be mediators in this process. But also, I feel like for maybe the National Erasmus Games, I think there's a national agency that is specifically for youth and sport, and I feel like that is another one that I think the National Erasmus Games is a perfect project for that. But then again, it's not really the president's responsibility to do the budget and applications and everything, but it is sort of something I would bring up.
Yes, I partially agree with what you said, but one thing I don't agree with is, as the question stated, we are a network after all, and we need to strengthen or to continue our collaborations with other national organizations, and also to show our local board members or local volunteers that ESN is actually bigger than, if I may use as an example, ESN Borås or ESN Stockholm. ESN is internationally, and by encouraging them to go to these international events, actively gaining knowledge and insight into the network, we can improve not only the stability of ESN Sweden, but also the collaboration and the working together with other national events, national organizations.
Thank you.
Okay, next question is Christos from ESN Göteborg.
It's to both candidates.
Name
what
and
is your
section.
opinion on the proposals that the auditor suggested before? And do you agree with them? Do you disagree? Do you maybe have other proposals yourself on these matters?
If I may begin, theoretically, the proposals are really good, as also Astrid asked the question previously. They are really good, and it's something that the national board can work on in a long term. That's why I want to say, in this mandate, we don't have to bite off more than we can chew, right? We need to at least take baby steps. Maybe look into the proposals that the main audit is making, and see any of these proposals, is there one we can take and maybe even implement into our network or into our national organization. That will be my first look at the proposals. And because he proposed theoretically, it doesn't mean we have to take it straight away. So I will take it with a bit of considerations and try to see it, how it can affect the network.
I feel like what he proposed and what I proposed is similar in a way. I think he said it in really strong words, and also some of you questioned his place to propose these things as a candidate for main auditor, which I do agree to some extent, but again, I don't have all the proposals here, but I agree, I think, with most of them. I think we really need to start working to really, after this year, to really show a change in the network and send a signal to everybody that it's going to be different and that we're going to do better.
Thank you. Next question is Angelo.
Angelo, ESN Luleå. So you guys were talking a lot about trying to engage the local sections more to the national level and doing collaborations between the sections and between the section and the national level. And I'm thinking, like, how are you planning to execute these things, like, concretely, and how are you gonna try to, like, make the local sections engaged in this as well?
So for the execution, that is up to you guys. That is completely up to you to take the opportunities that are presented. Up to the national board is to present these opportunities, communicate them clearly, and I think that's what Mats's section exchange paper is doing. It just, again, needs to be out there and be constantly out there being communicated, that everybody knows that the opportunity is there, but the execution, really, it's up to you to buy plane tickets and go somewhere and write the application.
Yes, my point or main focus will be like the collaboration between the national board and the local sections. And as I said previously, I would like to focus on like the body system, that one national board member is a body of a section, and we will have like bi-monthly follow-up on that and what they did. That's number one. Number two, we would like to improve the network, like the local networks, like Escomcom. We have the NEC, or what is it called, SNEC, SNEC, yeah. We have to improve those networks, which means the president has to have a local community with the local presidents, the vice president, and so forth, and so on and so forth. That's like how I'll try to at least bring the national, like the national board and the sections closer to each other, hopefully. And from that on, I will also try to, it's I think the responsibility of the vice national event manager, our vice national event manager, to do the trainings, because people think that the trainings are not important. They are like really important, because that's where we have like knowledge exchange. That's where we have, we increase our motivation for the volunteers to work in the local sections. So by improving, or by having like, if not by semester, by yearly, if we have one at least national event per year, that will help the sections improve. That will help like improve the knowledge of the local board members, hopefully.
Thank you. Next is Astrid. Behind you.
Thank you. Astrid from ESN Sweden. So this is for Angela specifically. When you are the president of ESN Sweden, you can quite easily become disconnected from the students that you represent. This is not specific to you, of course. It can happen to everybody. Like, you go through national board and volunteers and everything, so very easily you can get disconnected from these like student environments. My question to you specifically is that you also have not been a student for quite some years. So how do you plan to sort of stay connected to these student environments and stay connected to the experience of being an international student in Sweden?
Really good question. Yeah, I actually work now full time, so I haven't been like student for a few years. My experience and my like what I've gained from ESN like is invaluable, to be honest. Like those times I've been part of ESN, not only ESN Sweden but ESN as a network in general, I have gained so much, and I would like to give back to the to the students, and also like the local volunteers. And that has always been my motivation. My passion for ESN has always been above anything else. Like, even when I was like not being part of any section, and I haven't been part of like not even the OC. If someone, especially I will refer to my like local section, if they contacted me and they needed any help, I used to always help. I have been part of as an active member of ESN's Karlstad until like last September, when I moved from Karlstad to Örebro, where I reside now and I live. So hopefully my way of like being outside of the like student life hopefully will not affect my work for the national organization, hopefully.
Thank you. Last question from Christos.
Hello, Christos ESN Gothenburg. This one is only to Angelo. You said you've been away from ESN for almost a year, except C-Battle, but I mean in a board position or a volunteer position. What is it to motivate you to come back, and especially for a position like national president, which I think is the most important one? And yeah.
It is actually true. It's a really good question. I have not been part of like a national board, and of course it will be really good to start, from. I will, like all board members or even board support members positions are important. I will not say less important, but the workload of these positions are very different. So it will be good to start like from a lower and then maybe gain some experience in the national level and then go up. My motivation has always been like I have always stood outside as a local representative or local board member and saw what the national board were doing. Some of them I like, some of these things I didn't like. So that's actually one of the things that motivated me. Maybe if I want to make a change, maybe I have to step in and say, okay, I don't like politics, to be honest, but if I want to make something, if I want to use my at least experience to help the national board become one step closer to what it truly should be, then that's what I'm going to do. That's like what I'm going to force myself to do, and hopefully I will succeed with that. Hopefully, time will tell. Hopefully not. So time will tell, and that's like why I tried to, or I decided to apply for the president position, because I want to make change in the national board.
And with that, the question round for the president position is over. Thank you very much for the candidates.
Yeah, a round of applause for both candidates, I would suggest.
Okay.
No, they did the thingy, yes. Sorry. Okay, so we want to propose a change to the agenda, given that the lunch is already here. Therefore, we would suggest that we now break for lunch. Instead of breaking for 1 hour, given that we're running a little, I hope we will also vote if we can break for 45 minutes instead of like 1 hour, so that we get that little buffer. Also because the OC needs to close this at 6, and that way, with that little buffer, we also give them time if they want to sort something out before we leave in the plenaries room. So yeah, anybody opposes to this change to the agenda? Okay, then let's break for lunch. We'll be back in 45 minutes, literally at 1:46. So yeah.
ESN Kalmar. ESN Karlstad. ESN Linköping. Linköping. ESN Luleå. ESN Lund. ESN Malmö. ESN Hovde. ESN Stockholm. ESN Uppsala. And ESN Växjö. Perfect. 12 out of 12, everybody here and on time. Thank you so much, guys. You're amazing. Now it's time for to carry on with our applications. And for today, we have Axel here presenting his presentation for Vice President of ESN Sweden. So Axel, you have 7 minutes and you can start. Ah, no. Wait, why is it open as a... Oh, wait. No. No, but wait. No, just push it. Yeah. Just push the thing. We're going to do the same thing. Yeah, no worry. We gotcha. There we go.
Hello.
Okay. 7 minutes on the clock, and then you already know the drill. 10 minutes for discussion round. So,
Right.
Axel, you
It's
can
go time. I got 7 minutes, and I'll start. Hello, everyone. This is my VP or my Vice President application. My name is Axel. I am from ESN Lund. I'm the Secretary of ESN Lund. And yeah, so who am I? Both my parents are Swedish. I grew up in Berlin. I have a big international background. I never really fit in Sweden because I'm from Berlin. And I found myself within the international community. I studied political science. And yeah, I'm the Secretary of ESN Lund. And yeah, and this picture of me, I tried to find a K picture. Sad I'm wearing sunglasses, but you can see my eyes here at least. Yeah, blue eyes. Next one. My history, right? So because I never fit in with the Swedish community in Sweden, I decided at one point to join the international mentor program, and I got into contact with international students. And that's the first time I ever got in contact with ESN Lund section, joining activities and stuff. And at the end of the semester of 2024 spring, I finally decided to become a fully fledged member when I joined the activity committee. Then after that, in the autumn semester, was the first time I actually started getting involved. I started attending the meetings, reading the rules, etc. And finally, I joined the NA of last semester. I think this was a big breaking point of me and my commitment to ESN, because at the NA I realized actually how massive the industry actually is, and that's why I decided to get further involved, which led to me applying for secretary last semester, and then I got elected to it in January of this year. So I've been in ESN now for approximately 10, soon 11 months. And yeah, that's basically my history with ESN, and now we can head on. So this part here is basically my commitment of what I want to do in the future. These are both the tasks and my goals in the coming now. This presentation is not going to be fully of everything I want to do, but it's I will do the talking, and it will be general, my objectives for the future. If you read my motivation letter, one second. If you read my motivation letter, it's a bit more in depth, exactly what I want to do, but I will give a general overview now before we continue. Yeah, next one. So, the first one. Because I'm the secretary of ESN Lund, most of my tasks have been administrative, sending emails, taking care of the agenda for our meetings, and making sure everyone is involved and updated and gives their opinions, etc. Something which kind of aligns with my tasks for the NAs. I know the difficulties of organizing big meetings, something I've done in the past in my work, in kind of work experience, voluntary organizations. And yeah, I mean, I look forward to work, especially with the OCs of the different cities, etc. Yeah, I think, and this one is the point where I feel like I have the most experience in, especially with my background in the secretary. I think the more pressing matter, though, is the next one, which is about HR, human resources. So, I have some experience with this. I used to do voluntary services with the Red Cross, and especially there, where we met extreme HR problems of trying to get enough people to involved. And the biggest workarounds we did for this was doing consultations and interviews with singular people. But this, and I have some examples of what I want to do in the future. Yeah, and then, well, I have listed some previous initiatives we've done here in the ESN Sweden. Some of them have been kind of successful. The buddy system is something we talked about a lot. Yeah, actually, before we continue, there's one thing I want to bring up. before we continue. So basically, as discussing, if we can go back to NA, 3 minutes, thank you. Something I want to prioritize, especially for NAs, is giving more voice to the sections. I feel like especially in the especially last NA and the time has followed, the big points of discussions has always come from individual members and individual sections. I think the biggest example of this was Christos and Erasmus' point of interest. And that's the only reason really which I got involved and understood the situation. And yeah, and for the future NAs, I want to involve the local sections and actually give consultation, interviews with them, what they want to bring up, and setting the agenda with help of them. Now, if we can go back to HR. So, my initiatives for the future. As I talked about in my motivation letter, right? The 3-year program that we're looking for, the bachelor students and stuff, is a great task or a great goal at least, but it's so hard to achieve due to nature of the different the master programs and stuff and exchange students. Most people are here for either 6 months, 1 year, 2 years. Very rarely we have bachelor students who are here for the whole 3 years. So my biggest things is to what I want to do is to brand ourselves for the Swedish student. I'm a Swedish student and I'm here for, 3 years. And that's the only reason I can actually be involved and feel like I can get somewhere within ESN. And yeah, the other thing I want to talk about is cooperation between sections, especially here in ESN Lund, not here, but in ESN Lund. Still on the thing. In ESN Lund, we have done so much work just cooperating. I mean, especially now, we've been done with ESN Malmö. We've organized a Plan B event, like a club event, and also holding events later this year in May about the big cottage weekend. We're inviting all of the sections in Sweden. Yeah, and then one more, the last initiative I want to talk about is what we did in ESN Lund. Because we want to brand ourselves to Swedish students, we attended conferences for students, specific for Swedish, in Swedish, to try to get them involved as well. Now, you can go next slide. This is just what I want to do for now. I prepared a simple form I want to send out if I'm elected as vice president to get a general overview of all the sections, how they're doing, etc. And after that, I want to conduct around an hour, 45 minutes of consultations with all the sections to get an understanding how they're doing. Yeah, and then spend time to coordinate between them. There's only one last slide left, if you can take it. So, often in these presentations, we talk about how we are as people, people are open-minded, understanding, etc., things we all need to be in these positions. But I think my defining attribute here, and what actually is physically attribute, is that I have time. I have the time and energy in the coming year to devote to this position. And that's the biggest reason, really, I applied. Yeah, and then next slide. That's all of it. This is my, if you want to email me or talk to me, this is me. And next slide. And finally, we have all the questions you want to ask me. So go ahead. Thank you.
I'll move on to the speakers list. So I open the speakers list and we have 10 minutes on the clock. So you can add your names to the Slido. We already have someone. We have Mats from ESN Sweden.
So I've heard a few of the bigger sections talk about that they feel pretty much disconnected from the network, that they think, okay, we meet maybe 3 times a year for the NA and have C-Battle, but actually on our own we might even do better and would not have to pay for cards and membership fee and could handle that ourselves. So they really feel like, okay, we are kind of our standalone and they are neither connected to the national level nor other sections. So what's your approach to building up the network, building up the communication between local section and national level, but also between different local sections, that it's actually a network?
Mm-hmm. So I think we touched about this in the last discussion as well, just presenting the opportunities that are available, but letting the sections in themselves to take the initiative. But actually what I want to highlight here is, unless you're a board member of a section, you don't really actually ever hear about ESN Sweden in general. Like when I was just an activity committee last semester, I never heard any information about the ESN Sweden, like what was going on, what was happening. And it's something I would change, especially within the mailing lists and who gets the emails and stuff, etc. That's something I would do firstly. Yeah. Hopefully that's enough of an answer. But
it's also about I was thinking more in the direction, not that Sweden is just talking to the section, but also that sections are aware that there are other sections, that they are, because section collaborations are pretty rare in our network. So and that would be something that participants also immediately see.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you would like to make to have so that sections might be more interested in collaborating, more interested to work together?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I would love to, for sure. I mean, I think it's in my mind, it's like the way we've done this, especially in ESN Lund, is to announce and try to collaborate with the others. But I think the most important is to present and take some kind of initiative from the board level to make sure that the other sections know they exist and give them that opportunity to actually take the initiative to collaborate with each other. Yeah.
Okay. Next one, we have Max. Max, ESN Gothenburg.
Max Gothenburg, hello. First of all, that's very nice to have some Swedish-speaking people in ESN Sweden. That's no, but actually, genuinely, that's very nice. So thank you. As opposed to Matt's question, I will ask you the same, but about the smaller sections. What are your plans to integrate them better, as well as the new members of any sections into the network?
I want to make sure their voices are heard, especially for NAs, etc., and the meetings in general, to know that they have a voice and can impact other sections as well. I think it's kind of hard at points. I mean, for the smaller sections, we just have to. I need to know what they need from the board, and then that's also why I suggested like the 45-minute consultations to actually get to know what you need from the national board and what we can do for you. Because I think the sections in themselves know the best what they would need from us. Yeah. Next question.
Okay. Then the next question comes from Astrid. No, Angelo, sorry, OCC Battle. And Lilia, is that a possibility we can... Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. Go for it. I'm so sorry.
This is like more speculation. NA in Luleå, since that will be under like your responsibility. Is that a possibility we can get excited about?
I would probably say probably a small possibility is my diplomatic answer. Sorry, Luleå.
Okay. Astrid is in Sweden. I'm not reading the question again. Go for it.
Yeah, Astrid from Sweden, or ESN Sweden. We obviously have quite some recruitment problems in the national level currently. Do you have any ideas for how to solve that?
To make sure that all the active members in our organization, even in the smaller sections, get all the emails and possibility for future and open calls. That's the first thing I would do. I mean, the only reason I was able to apply here is because I was made aware if there was actually like ESN Sweden existed. And I think for the more intricate positions, I think there has to be some kind of recruitment effort from the board in the way we talk to the sections and actually like tell them we need this help and we want this help as well. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Anybody asking themselves to the speakers list? Any other questions? Anybody adding themselves to the speakers list? No? Well, okay. I guess it's over. Thank you, Axel. There you go. Okay. Closing off the speakers list, by the way. I didn't formalize it, but I think you got it. But I closed the speakers list. Which means we now have Veronica for Communication Manager. Oh, where is I can see the little thingy to get Veronica's thingy up. Yeah, go for it. It's in the same thing, in the same folder. There we go. Okay. There you go. Communication Veronica. There we go. Okay. Well, Veronica, you can shine.
Microphone, please.
Sorry. I have 7 minutes, so I will keep this speedy. So I would like to present you my application for the Communication Manager. We can move on the slide. Okay, so first of all, nice to meet you. If you don't know me yet, I'm 26. I study English literature, so of course that means I'm passionate about literature and language. I'm crazy about dogs. I have around 800 plus dog pictures in my phone. If you feel like you want to see some, please approach me afterwards. And I am a coffee addict, which means I kind of judge a city by the amount of good coffee places it has. Skövde, you can do better when it comes to the coffee places, right? Huh? You don't have, yeah, sorry. Mokadele is not doing it. Okay, we can move on. Okay, when it comes to me and ESN, I joined ESN back in February 2023 after doing my Erasmus in France, Angers. Max, okay. Half a year later then, after that, I was elected as a local body coordinator, which kind of made me even more close to ESN, and I felt I want to do and help more, and that is why in December I was elected as a national health and well-being coordinator. That position was kind of tricky because it had been vacant for around 3 years before, from what I remember. And as Astrid, I had to find out what to do, actually. And I ended up reviving the event coordinators community, local event coordinators community. We had monthly calls, and we tried to implement the health and well-being calls into the events. Then after my mandate ended, I joined the proofreading team of ESN International, which means that since then, I proofread all the documents that are in ESN International. And I love that because I love languages. I will skip the Vice Communication Manager part because I've already done my report today and you know it. Okay, so as for my goals, we can go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, I would love to a bit lower, a bit more. Not that much. I like. Okay, so first and foremost, what we need is a clear communication strategy. I have divided it into two main streams, that is Instagram and LinkedIn, because these are quite two different audiences. So when it comes to Instagram, the main audience are students, and this is something I believe we are already doing, but we should post graphic designs that talk about mobility through emotion and through stories, and that's how they promote it. And when it comes to LinkedIn, ESN Sweden has a LinkedIn, but it's very empty. So I believe that we should promote events, for example, such as this NA, that kind of improve our skills, employability, soft skills development, time and event management, and that would be attractive to stakeholders. We can move on to the next slide. Okay, I would like to continue what I have been already doing with as the Vice Communication Manager. So I would love to continue to be in touch with the local communication managers. I would love to have monthly calls with them and educate them when it comes to visuals and graphic designs and visual identity overall. Okay, thank you. Move on. As communication manager, I would have the power to support the sections on Instagram. That means bringing more visibility to the sections. We could do that, for example, by creating posts as sections in the spotlight. And I would like to target smaller sections with this because I feel they need more visibility than the bigger ones. We can move on. When it comes to merch, I would love to create a merch that's minimal yet effective and available for everybody. And when people will want to wear it outside of ESN because it will be nice, I think it can bring the network more together. Next, please. And lastly, I would love to, I think this was an idea that was mentioned here today, I would love to promote ESN for everyone. That means for local students as well, because of all the knowledge transfer, because that the volunteers do not stay for long enough. I can do this by creating posts that are in Swedish, for example, and that way we can promote ESN for locals as well. I think we can move on. And by everything I said, I hope that maybe we'll make ESN Sweden a better place. So thank you.
You guys are rocking this. I'm so proud.
How much time do I have left?
Dude, 2 minutes. You rock this. Okay.
I was quite speedy.
Okay, so we can move to the question round, and we have those 2 minutes as buffer time, which is lovely. So I'm opening the speakers list.
If you have questions that you'd like to ask, it's now your time to ask them to Veronica. Anybody adding themselves to the speakers list at the moment, just for me to have visibility on that? Okay, yeah, so we're good.
Also, Michele, the stream poster is updated in the drive. Also, the background poster. Sorry. I want the question, okay? I want it phrased like that, please.
You challenged me here.
I mean, he kind of annoys me sometimes.
Oh, me too.
You annoy him? Does he annoy you or what?
Okay, we already have a question. We have a question from Angelo, OC of ESN of Sea Battle. And I'm not reading your question.
Angelo, OC Sea Battle. As my question states, what are some of the challenges perhaps you saw the previous CMs faced that you would like to avoid?
Previous CMs, you mean local or national?
I think the question was implied. I meant national, yeah.
National.
Yes.
Okay, from what I see, it was mostly it was probably mostly the Instagram, which even when it was working, the content was more for the quantity and not the quality. That is something I've already changed, and we'll try to do that. And well, not being present. And I want to be present very much. I will be available to the sections, to the national board, to everybody. I want to make it clear that I will be always there to support and help.
Okay. Now we have Muse.
Musa from ESN Karlstad. Would you consider also having meetings with local ESN communication managers so you can give them tips, advice, how to improve?
Yes, this is something I'm already doing. We have monthly calls, and I actually met with most of the local communication managers, not in person because it's not really possible, but on one-on-one. I wasn't able to meet with all of them because, for example, from your section, I know that there are some problems with your communication manager not being present, but I am working on that. So like the ones I haven't met so far are because of some personal issues that we are solving. But yeah, I definitely want to continue with that.
Okay, are you covering? Okay. Then we go to Christos, ESN Gothenburg.
Yeah, you mentioned helping the local sections with their Instagram and the strategy they use. Do you also plan to help them with LinkedIn? Because we have a LinkedIn account in Gothenburg. It's not very active, but
okay.
We would appreciate some help.
Okay. I didn't mention that because I didn't know that local sections have a LinkedIn account, and local sections have maybe different interests than national level. So that's why I didn't really think about it. But if there is demand for that, then I would be very, very open to that. I would love to help, definitely.
Okay, great. Lena, ESN Hovde? Or Lena, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. Lena.
Hello. Just a quick question. You said you were wanting to create posts in Swedish to bring in the Swedish students. How comfortable do you feel with this since you aren't fluent in the language?
Yes. There are still some Swedish people in the network, so I would definitely plan to reaching out to them to check if everything is in order. And I know how to say mycket bra, so what do you mean I'm not fluent? But yeah, I would definitely check this with some Swedish people because I'm not confident enough to post content in Swedish if I'm not fluent in the language. So.
Okay, then Katharina is in Stockholm.
Yes, so
yes.
Of course I'm going to ask that. How do you plan on dealing with potential internal board conflicts given to your close relationship as of right now with the president candidate? candidate.
Which one?
I mean, I don't know how you guys are defined or anything. I don't want to intrude on that. But I also am gonna add. How do you see? Like, do you see possible biases, or I didn't have space in the characters? Like, how would you avoid that?
Okay. Well, I think me and Nikki keep our stuff separate, I would say. So we try not to drag our personal relationship into ESN, and even if we break up, we will still be able to work well, just normally. Nikki, can I share your experience with breakups?
This is personal. Please don't bring it into the NA. The experience with the breakups. The rest you're allowed to. Oh, you agreed. Oh my. You really are giving me a run for my money.
It's nothing like too bad or anything. It's just, yeah, it's Nikki's ex-girlfriend was from ESN. When he was the board president, she was the vice president, and they were broken up, and they worked out perfectly. And she's actually amazing. So
very boring.
Yeah. So we're kind of boring. We're not drama people. So that just shows that we will be able to work even if we break up. Just saying.
I'm glad it's not dirty laundry. Kat, your second question.
Next question. Thank you for your answer. Okay, my next question is just kind of like out of interest, like the community meeting and EGM are or were without you. So is there like a specific reason why you're not attending or why you're not representing?
Yes. When it comes to EGM, I just did not get a spot. I don't want to mention it because it will make me cry. I really, really, really want to go, but I didn't get my spot. So that is the reason. When it comes to community meetings, I did not want to attend an international event while being only interim because there has been a problem with that. I wanted to avoid that. I felt that if I would attend an international event, I would have to discuss it with the sections because they did not elect me so far. I was only elected by the agreement of the board, and I did not feel it fair to go on an international event if I don't get the agreement for the sections. And I was actually thinking about it like with the agreement, but then it was kind of too late. I missed the deadline, so I was like, okay, I'm just not going. That was the reason.
Thank you.
Remy, Stockholm.
Remy, Stockholm, how will you work with a potential vice communication manager?
Yes. Well, I'm actually very excited that we have an application for vice communication manager. So that would mean that I would work with her very, very closely. I think she would have to run the Instagram, which I would be very, very happy if she did. I think I would just offer her my support. I think we would discuss pretty much everything, hopefully. And I would be just very present for her, hopefully.
I propose to close the speakers list. Anybody opposes? Okay.
You can say it to me in person afterwards, Kat, if it's something good.
So yeah, as I read your paper, I just wonder, do you plan to change all VM? Mine may be the wrong way. I mean, visual guideline. And with your new design and direction about the white blue that you have did, and also the direction of the communication message that you want to send out in the Instagram and the LinkedIn, I wonder as well, like how you associate all these messages with our ESN color that we have right now.
What do you mean by VM? What's VM?
No, I wrote it wrong. I mean,
it's the VIM, I think.
No, to change all visual identity. I wrote wrong.
There's something I cannot change because that is given by ESN International. I can only follow it and I can advise on how to implement it. But that is something that I am not able to change and do not want to because it's perfect. So I will not be changing that, of course. What I'm doing with the new designs is actually following the visual identity more closely, and I advise this to the sections all the time. So yeah. I wonder what would you associate our ESN color to message?
I propose to close the speakers list. Anybody opposes? Perfect. The speakers list is closed. Go on, Fred.
I don't know if this answers your question.
My second question as well, like what the intention and direction you want the local section to promote, because it can't be the same with the ESN Sweden, right? Like we have more activities to promote and so on, and also the self promotion.
You have it on the screen as well.
Yeah,
she's reading
I
it.
don't think I understand what intention and direction you want local sections to promote. Like how do I want the local sections to promote themselves? This is, I think, very individual to every sections because every section works differently. So what I would do is I would contact them. I would ask, what do you need? Tell me. We would work out a plan. This is mostly if the section is interested, because most of the sections have their strategies, and I'm here only to advise, maybe. But the local and national Instagrams are quite different. So the local works mostly on promoting events, and I think that is what most sections do. I don't know if this answers the
That's
question.
a great answer, but also at the same time, I feel like if you have the visual communication for the ESN Sweden, then we should have some like in common between all local section, and that is the reflection, and that's done.
Can I answer or
no?
Matt, you can comment at the end if it's okay.
Okay, so I cannot answer.
Because it was supposed to be a reaction. It wasn't supposed to be another follow-up question. So she questioned you something, you respond, and she shouldn't have asked the question. She should have just had a reaction.
I just want
you want to
say
comment on that?
Yeah, that every section is individual, and I don't think there is. It is good to have something that is universal.
Okay, Matt, because we have 30 seconds on the
Dogs
clock with
better
the
than
extra.
octopuses.
Yes, I'm sorry. I love octopuses because I love dogs.
Katerina.
I can show you dog pictures, but that doesn't mean I don't love this octopus. Just continue. Yes.
Hi, it's me again.
Name and section.
My name's Katarina. I'm from Stockholm. So I was just, because we have discussed this, so I'm not really sure how very much this is VP and communication, but you've mentioned LinkedIn. And for us, it was like about, it was kind of like a good idea to kind of give out certificates for volunteering, for example, to motivate and to like not only board, but also active members. Do you see that as something that you could implement as Sweden, for example, for LinkedIn or for a local section that we just all have like one document or something like this? Do you see that?
Yeah, let's finish the question.
I'm done asking the question. You can answer.
No, respond to Katerina, and then we have the reaction, I think.
Okay. If there is the need for it, and if there is the demand for it, I don't mind creating volunteer certificates, but I don't know if this is within my scope. But if there is a demand, I don't mind.
Okay. Then Taylor, comment?
Yes, and Webda, Taylor. My reaction to her answer to Matt's question is, you come to our city, you insult our coffee, you say dogs are better than octopuses, and you ask for our votes. That's
Another reaction.
I'm sorry. It's really a great. It really is a great mascot. Like, I mean, okay, when it comes to like toys, I think I love octopuses more than dogs because like those.
Guys, with all due respect, but yeah. We can bring this outside. Comment it in the coffee break. Make your own little NA there. Okay. Go ahead, comment.
Vanilla from Skövde.
Yeah.
I just have a reaction saying that she really helped, like how she was telling with individual interactions. When I first came in, there was not a lot of knowledge transfer because we didn't have a position before. And then like it was so easy that I can text her and like she always is there whenever I reach out, and she helped me figure out what I can do personally for my section. And I also see in the group meetings that we have as communication manager, she individually helps other people with their own strategies. And Yeah, she's really good at her job.
Stop talking. Thank you so much. I have my emotions like quite up this weekend, so thank you.
I allow for a loud applause. Come on.
Why only me? I feel strange now, but thank you. I
Yeah.
know. No,
This
I
is
don't
the
want to.
emotional support. Like,
Oh,
this is
thank
your
you.
emotional
Thank you.
support moment.
Yeah, it's changed now. Okay, nice.
Okay, so next would be the WPA, but as of now, this person is not able to attend. They're on a trip, and the only thing that therefore they cannot present their candidacy, but I'll still open the question round, not as question round, but as comments in case you want to say something on their behalf. So open up the speakers list for that. Anybody wants to comment something? Yeah, Matt, go for it.
So I can at least talk a little bit about Elias. I've met him at NA Karlstad, where I think he has been pretty much or one at least of the most engaged participants. So he is enthusiastic about ESN. Also, I've already talked to him about the websites. He was actually helping me a lot with finding providers for the WordPress website. So, yeah, he is already a bit into the stuff. And I think the rest of the duties, I think he will also manage. Yeah, that's pretty much what I can say for Elias. I think he would do a good job.
Okay, great. Axel?
Yeah, so Elias is the treasurer of ESN. Oh, sorry, Axel ESN Lund. So Elias is my section's treasury of ESN Lund, and he has also taken a lot of responsibility of, especially the web page design. Like our current web page that we use is entirely made by him and on his own initiative. And he's really hard. He's very serious and hardworking for sure. I think that's the best phrase to describe him. Yeah, that's about it.
What do you mean? Okay. Then we have national events. Anybody? No, oh, sorry, Christos. I need to speak with him in the lunch break for that.
Christos, ESN Gothenburg. I think it would be nice to actually ask a question to him, but from what we Gothenburg saw in the motivation letter and the CV, is that he has worked very well as in Lund, and also has the experience like with technical stuff to do the work of WPA.
Okay, lovely. Anyone else has anything to comment? If not, we're closing the speakers list for Elias. Okay, perfect. Then National Events Manager candidate, you can come up. Leslie. Your face. I don't think we have a PowerPoint. It's okay. Don't worry.
Hello again. I'm not artistic. I don't do PowerPoints, okay, as you can see. I plan on keeping this really, really short because I think that you probably have more questions than what I can say during a speech. So I think it's just better if I just answer more questions. But a lot of people were talking about their ESN stories, so I'm going to talk about mine. I joined as an active member in 2023 in my local section in Växjö, and I planned to only be an active member, but then I got dragged into the board. I joined as events coordinator, did not like it, and then joined as vice president, and I've been the vice president for, since 2023, basically. And then last NA in Stockholm, so spring of last year, I got elected as events coordinator for ESN Sweden. And now I'm applying for national events manager. And for those of you, I mean, you probably know what this means, but remember there's like 3 positions that have similar names. This one is mainly the head of the OC for Sea Battle, basically. As I said in my letter, I think that something that I definitely like want to change is the transparency. We've been talking and talking and talking about this. And I also, since I'm also right now in my local section, I also see and understand how the other sections feel of like not knowing what's happening, basically. So I don't want to, just be elected and just like choose people and stuff like that. I truly plan. I mean, the head of the OC does choose the OC itself, but I do want to at least have an open call. Let's say have like little interviews or meetings with the people that apply, and then I will, let's say, elect the OC, but I want to like bring the list of people to the board and explain my reasoning for choosing these people, because I think that at least I should, it should be people that are gonna work, basically. I don't want to choose my friends, you know what I mean? And then for the rest of the volunteer positions, same thing, just open call and then choosing them together with the OC. That's that. There's also the events policy paper that we are gonna discuss tomorrow, I believe. That document was presented by Rizwan. I mean, we already have an events policy paper, but it doesn't say anything regarding Sea Battle. So Rizwan added a section about Sea Battle. I went through it. I recommend you all to go through it as well and make proposals to like change whatever if you want. I like the document itself, but there's some stuff that I do want to change. But I mean, I will bring that up tomorrow when we discuss that. And something else that I would like to do is to have better communication with the sections throughout the whole process of organizing Sea Battle, inviting the sections more to like calls with the OC to like just get you guys more information, basically. Also, I think that it's nice for people that might be interested in applying for this position in the future to also like see how the OC works and how is the organizational part of the event, basically. So I think that would be also like really nice. And yeah, that's kind of it. Please shoot me with all the questions that you have.
Okay. Lovely. 3 minutes and 25 seconds. Rocking this. Absolutely rocking this. Okay. 10 minutes on the clock with those 3:25 extra if needed. Please add your questions. I open the speakers list on Slido. Oh, you already have questions. Okay. So we have. Okay, wait, which one was first? Which one was first? Oh, it was Remy's. Okay. Remy, your time to
I
shine.
will wait to listen to the question first.
Hi, Leslie. Remy Stockholm here. Are you related to Rizvan's initiative of his Moose Cruise, which starts on Monday?
I am not. First of all, I do. Oh, thank you. I do have to say as well that I did see the page on Instagram. It was suggested, and I just started following it. But I didn't even know it was Rizwan until I don't know which section it was. I can't remember. Gothenburg. Thank you. Brought it up, and then I was as confused as everyone else, unfortunately. But I mean, I'm also glad that I think Gothenburg is also proposing some changes to like the statutes that we have, and we're gonna have like more, not like guidelines, but like clear rules that state that I'm not allowed to do certain things that would like endanger the event, basically. So that's also good.
Okay, lovely. Thank you, Remy. And oh my, I thought that this was locked. Taylor, ESN Hofde.
Yeah, hi Taylor, ESN Sweden. So I have a quick question about what the role you think education between the sections plays in improving this kind of transparency and trust, particularly when it comes to the sections and the Sea Battle OC, because it feels like there's kind of two issues here. Is that one, the sections don't seem to understand how Sea Battle operates or how the OC is selected. And so then when there are issues with particularly Rizwan, because this seems to have happened multiple times, I think that just leads to more distrust because we don't understand how it works. And then we also feel like it was unfair and things are happening unethically.
Yeah, I forgot to mention this actually. But I remember it's been a huge topic as well, that there's a lot of stuff that the sections would like to access, like for example, the budget or how we're spending certain amount of money, etc., etc. I totally understand if there's some contracts that we cannot just release because it's stated in the contract that we can't, like that I think it's totally fine. But I also think it should be fine to have a drive in which the sections just can at any time just access and see like the documents. For example, like this is the budget and this amount of the budget money will go for these volunteers, or this is gonna go for the DJs. Like I do want you guys not only to like hit us up if you have any questions, but also to just be able to like go to the drive and then see anything, and then of course bring up something if you see that it's like weird. But yeah, I totally agree that if you don't know how it works, it's also just like weird, even if you have meetings about it, because in these meetings we don't really explain like how it works organizational wise. As I said in my letter, I participated in Sea Battle on different roles, three times now, I think. Yes, and I have also joined a lot of like OC calls, and I have also joined when they go to Stockholm to like prepare the event before Sea Battle actually happens. So I have seen the organizational part of it. The only thing I have not seen is our storage room in Stockholm. But besides that, but yeah, hopefully we can get better communication going so that that does not happen anymore.
Go for it. Reaction.
Yeah. Hi, Lena, ESN Sweden. I know you said you create a drive with the information. Would you? Are you also planning on sending out the information first to the sections so that they don't have to go searching for the information about like how it works? Or would it be on us to go and find that information ourselves?
I mean, I think that well, it depends, because like I'm not really sure like the amount of workload I would get if I get elected. But since I do plan to at least have, hopefully, a monthly call with the sections and just like keep the sections updated, maybe in that call I can just be like, oh, now in the drive you can find these new documents, for example, instead of just sending an email every time that I'm uploading a document in the drive. I just think that I would probably end up forgetting about it. So I don't think that would work for me.
Okay. Thank you. Then we go into Varisa.
Yeah, Varisa from ESN Bros. Can you explain a little bit about your ideas, the new ideas and potential partnerships that you're thinking of?
First of all, don't quote me on this, okay? But I really can't complain because you probably haven't seen this, but we all follow each other on Instagram because you know ESN Sweden. And my section has had a huge growth partnership-wise. We have a great partnership manager in my section. I'm not saying that I'm gonna just like go and appoint him as partnership guy, because I also think that he doesn't want to do it, unfortunately. But I do want to like, for the person that gets elected in the partnership position, I do think that maybe they could just like have a meeting, or maybe this person could even contact some of the, for example, drink companies, non-alcoholic drinks, by the way, but like
Red Bull.
We got like 200 boxes of Red Bull, and like boxes, not individual cans, for example, totally for free. We got a Red Bull fridge totally for free as well. We got a lot of merch, a lot of stuff for free this year. So maybe my partnership guy in the local section can like, you know, help us or give us some feedback about how to contact companies or which companies to contact, etc. Yeah, I also think that it would be nice to get a partnership maybe with like, I mean, we give out a lot of condoms in Sea Battle as well, but we end up buying those. So maybe it would be nice also to like get them or get some of them for free, etc., etc. It's just a bunch of ideas. Don't quote me on any of this, please, and thank you. Brainstorming. No, it's brainstorming, okay?
Katerina?
Hello, same question, just because of out of fairness. I'm not sure if you applied or like all of that, but I just wanted to ask for the reason why you haven't gone to like the international meetings, especially for example the community meeting, which is about sharing best practice between events, national events manager, and like improving the national events and everything like that. And I just wanted to ask for the reason why.
I can proudly say that I went to NEP last year, and I wish that I get to go to NEP this year again, whatever it is, because it was really fun and I got to learn a lot. But besides that, I did get a spot for EGM, but there was some internal miscommunication and my spot didn't get paid basically, so then I ended up losing my spot. And then community meetings, I did not register because it didn't fit with my working schedule. I have a part-time job, but it's like super flexible, but I just need to know like the dates of the events in advance so that I can take those days off. But I did not see the email in time, and then it was already too late for me to like cancel at work, so I just did not go. But it does seem like an event that you can learn a lot from, so I'm looking forward to it. So hopefully next time.
Astrid? No, it's you first. You're 4 minutes in history.
Astrid ESN Sweden. Are you planning to keep your local board role of vice president while also being the national event manager? And if you plan to keep it, how will you manage it same ways, as both things can be rather time consuming?
Well, actually, this year alone, I was in 3 different boards because I was in another board in another association in my university. You didn't know that, huh? Anyway, I stepped down from that other association, though they don't need me anymore, so I'm done. And I don't know yet because if I see that I'm not keeping up with being a national event manager, then I would probably leave my my local section, because I would prioritize this first. However, I do want, let's say, to leave my local section once we're a little bit, let's say, settled down, if that makes sense, when we're in a better place that I can feel like more comfortable living, and that's not right now, unfortunately. But for now, I do think that it's manageable. Of course, being events coordinator has not the amount of workload that national events manager, but hopefully we'll see how it goes, like if I get elected now, how it starts going from now during the summer, and then I would probably make a decision around the summer. So you will know.
Okay, I propose to close the speakers list. Anybody opposes? Sorry. Anybody is writing no? Okay, then the speakers list is closed. Sorry, Leslie, but you don't have more people writing questions.
Where was your?
Okay, let's go.
Okay,
Now,
first
Christos?
question. Christos, yes, and
Or
Gothenburg.
both, actually, yeah.
Yeah. So first question is, do you have a plan to bring other student associations that are outside of ESN, including former sections that have participated in SIG Battle before, but also universities that never had an ESN section, but they have similar student associations?
That's a really interesting question. I did think of it. The thing is that I don't really know, because after all, it's called ESNC Battle, right? So I would expect that the associations participating were only ESN sections. However, it's something that if I, let's say, see that we're not doing great on sales in the autumn edition, then maybe it's something that I would bring up. But I think it's something that I would first ask the sections to like see what they think. And then if so, then yes, we could target, for example, like associations like Örebro now has Nexus, for example. We could target these universities with this kind of associations. But then again, I don't think it's something that I would like look forward to it as if right now. I think that we can do great. We can do it by ourselves. We just need to like work better, I think. Hopefully we can manage that and we don't have to get to that, I think.
Thank you. I like the answer that you would consult the sections. And the second question, you've said you didn't like being a local events manager, which I understand, I agree. How do you think it's different? How do you think it's different from being the national events manager? Why do you think it's better for you?
Well, in my local section, and when I joined, I told them about this. Okay, I told them in advance. This was on them, but anyway, I told them, if you expect me to like come and be like, oh, let's do this event this month, that's not gonna happen. But if you give me guidelines on
Less
how to
than a
make an
minute.
event, or you tell me do this event, then I will make it work. You know what I mean? So that's what I like about this role, that it's already not like settled down in stone, for because, for example, the events policy paper hasn't been approved yet, for example, but it's something that I already know like how it works, and it's the same thing every edition. Basically, you just change the theme and like the games, etc., etc. But yeah, it's slightly different. Yeah.
Okay, last 20 seconds for maths. Just use your.
The national event manager is quite a role that it has a lot of authority, has a lot of financial responsibility, and the sections kind of hit on them a lot. How will you handle that?
This is why I'm in ESN, bro. No, my life is really chill. I'm like the chill girl sticker, you know? So this is why I'm doing this, for the hate. In a healthy way. Please, hopefully we can avoid hate, okay?
Be mindful of each other's mental health, please, guys. Okay, thank you so much, Leslie. Thank you, everyone. And now we move to an application from ESN Southerton. So you are invited to come down and present your application. I don't think we got the presentation. We only have your the thing. Another turn. Oh my. Which one did you send to? Could you show me, please? Because I don't have it. Do you have it? Tell me. Just a second. There we go. Okay, perfect. We got it.
Okay. After we had some problems with our train yesterday, we're finally here and happy to meet you guys. We are from the former, we are part of the new board of the former ESN section of Södertörn University and are here to apply to become a section again. We will continue with talking about us and who we are real quick. And since I have the mic, I'm just gonna start. Yeah, you can go to the next slide. So my name is Michelle Biendara. I'm an international student at Södertörn University, studying my master's degree in media and communication there. And I came here last year in August from Germany. And currently I'm the vice president of our new board.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to meet you all. My name is Mariana Ribeiro. I'm the event manager. I'm from Portugal, Lisbon, more specifically. And I'm the event manager. I moved to Sweden last year to do my master in media and communication. And now I'm going to introduce you to the rest of the board. So this is Nora, our president. She really wanted to be here, but she couldn't due to Ramadan. Then here's Alba, she's our social media manager, and Javi, our treasurer. Alba is also an international student, and Nora and Javi are national students. Okay. So this is a brief explanation on how we've been working. We have a functional bank account and are registered as a non-profit organization. We have a board structure where, since we are a small board, everyone supports and helps each other, but then we have design roles for each other. For example, the treasurer is solely responsible for the bank account and for the financial aspects, and the president and vice president are the ones in contact with partners, as well as Alba, who is the social media manager, designs and posts our marketing in social media. So far we have bi-monthly meetings or more meetings if we feel like we need it. And on the meetings we discuss some problems that we might have, future events, and I would say that's pretty much it on the meetings. We also have a WhatsApp group channel. We have a WhatsApp group for us as board members to facilitate communication, where we speak to each other about some subjects that might occur. And then we have a WhatsApp group with the international students where we post about our events and they can ask us questions about anything they really want. So we are currently actively planning events for the students, and we are in contact with our student union of our university.
And continuing, we will quickly talk a little bit about the background and the future. So if you go to the next slide, we start with why did we stop being a section? Because when we started becoming a board, we weren't aware of not being a section anymore. It wasn't mentioned anywhere, so we just assumed we were part of ESN, because that's the impression we got, both from our student union, but also from the former president, so the president that was there before us, because we met with him to have like a little onboarding talk, and he didn't mention anything about not being a section anymore. So when we were messaged on Instagram asking if we wanted to join again, since we were active again, we were kind of really confused and started to investigate. So we started to ask our student union, the former president, but we also reached out to ESN Sweden to just be clear about what is happening, because we were just under the impression that we were ESN. And we couldn't figure out all the details on what happened, but as far as we now understand, the form that you have to fill out as a section was just not filled out by the former board and practically actively probably ignored. The former president didn't really go into detail, so we just assume he ignored it, and we didn't know anything about it. So we didn't even know that we missed something there, and we also weren't told that something like this form even exists. So therefore, we were quite confused, but we were all sure that we wanted to become a section again, that we want to be part of ESN again. And that's why we then, after contacting ESN Sweden and meeting with them, started the application by writing a letter and now being here to present ourselves. And on the next slide, so going forward, when we will become a section again, we will work on improving communication, both between us board members. So since we are such a small board, obviously when like exams are happening or someone is traveling or sick, other people will have to step up. So we want to facilitate open communication. We are planning on having some calendars and schedules so we can see, okay, maybe in this week we shouldn't do anything because we are all too busy. We also want to communicate more with our student union and the international office at our university as partners in our university to keep them updated, to help them, to collaborate with them, and also to get guidance from them. But we also want to improve our communication on the national level again, being actually part again, telling ESN Sweden when something is happening, when we have problems, reaching out, because as we now realize, our onboarding was kind of lacking of a lot of the national stuff. So, for example, this is the first time I hear about like the community meetings that you guys have. So we will definitely be reaching out to just get more info about it and more guidance to actually become active again if we become a section again. We also want to provide more onboarding information for both active members but also future board members, so that they have like a few documents they can look at to find everything they need to navigate our documents, to navigate the national level, and just so they don't have to kind of swim through all of it like we now have to do. And we also would love to meet with new and potential board members beforehand, explaining to them the responsibilities, maybe having them shadow us for a bit if we have the time, just so that they get into the groove and don't have to start from zero again. And obviously we also want to fulfill the mandatory tasks that are expected from us on a national level, but we also just want to be actively contributing on the national level again and not just stay in our little Södertörn bubble, but actually be a part of ESN and help in driving ESN's mission forward here in Sweden. And now we will quickly talk about our university and how we are connected to it, just so that you guys get an impression of that.
Okay, so here's some fun facts about our university. So we are located in Flemingsburg in Huddinge municipality in the Stockholm County. Södertörn was established as a university college in 1996, and in 2024 it had 13,1921 students. The numbers for this year are not available yet. And also from those students, 192 were international students. So about our university, it has 4 academic schools. It has the Department of Historical and Contemporary Studies, the Department of Culture and Education, the Department of Natural Sciences, Technology and Environmental Studies, and the School of Social Sciences.
And we also have a police academy. So I'm quickly going to talk about our student union. It's basically short, the umbrella organization for the student life on campus. They represent student interests, but they also plan events. They have, for example, a student pub where we can go. They have information events and events in general. They provide guidance and support for students. And ESN is seen as an organization within the student union. So we can use their infrastructure and their resources. We get financial support from them. As far as I'm aware, we have to figure out the details on that. But they are basically there to help us be more formal and also help us with event planning, reaching out to students, and become basically a partner we can use when planning events at our university. And we also have the international office, obviously. Before I was told, the former board became inactive, they collaborated on stuff like the International Welcome Week to welcome the exchange students, provide them guidance, introduce them to the university, to the union, and also to ESN. And we want to do that again. So I have reached out to the international office to sit down with them, to talk about maybe what went wrong with the former board so that we can begin our collaboration again for the next semester and just be active and show for other students, international and national students, that we're there and we are happy to welcome them at our events. And for the end, we want to quickly show you some events we have done since we became the board. Obviously not under ESN, but just as an independent organization, since we didn't want to just stop doing stuff. We wanted to provide some fun for our international and national students.
Okay, so here are some events we've done recently. We've done welcome party to the new Erasmus students with the Friends Bingo and Friends Speed Dating. We also did recently we did a FICA study session where all the students came and we studied together and then did some FICA. And we also went to Lapland pretty recently. So we have other events planned for the future. On Monday, for example, we're going to do an IKEA trip with fika or dinner. We have a karaoke night planned. We have a barbecue planned. And yeah, a couple of more events until the end of the year. So we are really excited and eager to do events for the international students.
Yes, and on the last slide, if you have any questions or want to contact us, it's my private email. Feel free to contact me. And we really hope you consider us to become a section again so that we can actually participate in ESN again on an also national level and help drive it forward.
Dang it. Thank you so much, ESN, not Southern, like your whatever informal name you guys currently have as an organization that is registered legally. ISN, no, not ISN. Come on, please don't traumatize me like this. I'm very much looking forward to the photos of the IKEA trip. And with that being said, I open the speakers list. So guys, add yourselves to Slido. Oh, we already have questions. I love this. So we have the first question, Katharina.
Hello. First of all, hi, my name's Katarina. I'm from Stockholm. I'm the events manager. It was kind of more of a comment because, you guys haven't reached out to us yet, but you are welcome to do so. We have things that we can help you with if you have any questions. For now, my question at this point is there any interest in collaborating with ESN Stockholm? We have done that in the past sometimes for parties and stuff like this. And if so, how would you imagine it from your side?
So thank you. We will definitely be reaching out if we have questions. And we were actually talking about collaborating with you guys. We just weren't sure how we can do it while not being part of ESN. So we kind of wanted to wait a bit and see how we settle down with everything. But we can definitely see it in the future and we would love to do it since we are so close to each other. And how we imagine it, obviously we don't have the manpower or the power you guys have, but definitely helping obviously with promoting the events, with some organization stuff, meeting together, discussing who's going to do what. So we're completely open to that and to structure it based on the event and how it is needed.
Okay, thank you. Now we also have, again, Katerina.
Hi, me again. No, it's because it's very confusing because your campus is together with KI and I think the Red Cross, and we're also contacting KI, for example, during our welcome weeks. So I just wanted to know where's your focus and if you are only targeting Södertörn international students, or if you're in that campus or in that part of Stockholm.
So we aren't really sure ourselves since we don't have that much information how the former board did it. But that's what I hope to gain when I meet with the international office and maybe also talk a little bit more with the student union to see how much of those students are covered, if they can remember it. And if we can't find that information there, we will probably reach out to the respective offices and just ask how it maybe was done in the past. But since we are so close, I can definitely see us also doing stuff for them and being like, hey, come over, come to our events, meet with us, definitely.
Thank you.
Mats with a comment.
So yeah, I just want to apologize on behalf of the national level because, well, I mean, you did not fill out the form, but apparently we also did not manage to communicate it properly to you. And I personally also, and a lot of other board members, they only got to know that you did not fill out the form after that happened. So we did not know in advance. It was, the national board was not in a good place at that point in time. So yeah, I want to apologize, and I want to really say thank you that you are putting your trust again in ESN, that you're saying, okay, yeah, no, this is a network that we want to be part of, because, yeah, and I'm also, yeah, I think we're presenting ourselves as an NA quite well compared to other NAs. So yeah, happy that you want to join.
Yes. Thank you. And with the form, honestly, when I opened, when I looked like into the emails we have from ESN still, there were like 200 unread emails in there. So it's definitely not only on you guys, it's also the former board that missed a lot of crucial steps also in telling us that that form even exists. So
Leslie, ESN Sweden. And then Astrid.
Hello. You said that you only meet twice per month? That's crazy. How do you plan events with only 2 meetings per month? Like, yeah, as I said, like we have to meet literally every week to like plan every event.
yeah, we try to meet more often, but it just not always worked out. So that's why we do a lot of stuff over WhatsApp, actually. Like we sit down for a longer meeting, and like now we planned until like the beginning of May, the times for the events. And when it comes closer to like with the IKEA trip, for example, we just then communicate over WhatsApp, okay, is the Instagram post done and stuff. For bigger events, we will have to sit down again, but we just realized that even though we are such a small board, it's actually hard to find times because some of us are also working. So we just shifted a lot of communication to WhatsApp, which really helps us in organizing. And we have, like, other than time travels, our events have been more low key, so we didn't have to plan too much infrastructure around it. For example, the welcome party we did in our student pub and stuff. So I think that really helped. But if we ramp it up a bit, especially now in summer, it might also become more meetings, definitely.
Just a quick comment. Respect.
Reaction, visitors? Wait, make mic, please.
Yeah, just a small reaction. We have monthly meetings for events, and we think it's working fine because you don't have to meet very often, but you plan ahead for the whole month, and it's working nicely. So whatever is better for each section.
Astrid? Wait, just sorry. No, go, Santi. No, sorry, I was telling Astrid to wait for the mic. It wasn't very clear. So apologies. In my brain, it was very clear, but it definitely wasn't.
Astrid ESN Sweden, I just wanted to say that I am getting super, super positive vibes from you guys. I'm in ESN Sweden now, but I used to be the events manager of ESN Stockholm. We reached out to you, or like your former board, obviously, multiple times trying to do some kind of cooperation. I know that around the time that the form was not handed in, we also reached out to the former president quite a few times. And he was just a little bit difficult to reach sometimes, unfortunately. So I just wanted to remark that the vibe I'm getting from you is like much more serious. You seem like people that reply to a message. That's very, very positive. The national level could learn. So I just wanted to applaud that.
Okay, Remy, Stockholm.
Hey, Remy, Stockholm. So in the network, there are many times these cases where there are many sections from the same city. And given, I would say, the instability that we know we have in the network in general in Sweden, where there are many members living, there's a high instability. My question is, do you think you will have the size and the motivation to stay as a section in the future? And if it's being independent section will work? Yeah.
I mean, obviously, we can't look too far in the future. We don't know what will happen, but so far, we as a board are really motivated in becoming a section again, because yes, you guys in Stockholm exist, and I think it's great to collaborate, but I also think it's a great idea to have a section for Södertörn or even the other universities around us, because we do have a lot of exchange students, I think, for our size. I think it's a good number. And just having something more local to them, because obviously a lot of them live quite close to the university, will help them. We can help the student union and the international office. I think having an ESN section can also be a great promotion of the university for international and exchange students. And we just really want to work towards in our mandate to get the motivation high again. Obviously, we will always be a smaller section. We will always have events that won't be as big as other sections, but we really believe that even though we can do something for ESN also on the national level, and we hope that during our mandate we can motivate more people to join the board, to join as active members, and to stabilize the situation again, so that maybe hopefully something like this doesn't happen again, that the ball doesn't get dropped that badly again.
Anyone else is adding themselves to the speakers list? Ah, okay. Sorry, I didn't see it. Christos from Gothenburg. Sorry, Santi. Oh, since you have, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Are you covered, Christos?
Just a bit more, like
Okay,
not completely
go for
covered,
it.
but
We have enough time, so let him ask. I think he wants to extend on something, so go for it.
Christos, ESN Gothenburg. Your application is great, and I really like all your ideas, and you seem very positive about it. It's not very visible in my question, but you said you have 192 international students. I don't know if that includes full-time students or only Erasmus, or you can explain. Wouldn't it be better to be part of ESN Stockholm, like Norrköping is doing with Linköping? They can say how they do it if they want. I've also seen like other cities, it's where I'm from, that they have 3 sections, but they do all the events together, so it doesn't count exactly as an independent sections. Have you considered different ways of collaborating with Stockholm?
So we have considered collaborations, definitely, as we have also mentioned here. But we still believe that it would be nice to be an independent section, because even though we are so close together, there is some separation between us, and I just think it is nice to have it as a university. Like, obviously, maybe it's more practical to be part of it, but we just believe that we can do something nice, even though for those international students, I think it's both. I don't know if it's only Erasmus or students. I looked at the document, but it didn't become too clear for me, and it was also in Swedish, so I didn't understand all the words. But we just believe that it's a nice way to be independent, and I think you want to add something.
Yes, since Södertörn and Stockholm University are not that close geographically, and we have a lot of international students that live on campus, they live very near Södertörn, we think they might benefit from this, so we can do more local events, but we are very excited to start collaborating with Stockholm University, and we actually have been thinking about reaching out to you guys to see how we can, because it really does make sense for a collaboration between us since we are such a smaller section. Yes, I don't want to repeat what Michelle said, but yeah, this is basically our point of view. Thank you for the questions.
If you don't mind, I was the first one to ask for commenting, so I'll comment first. And in this case, CT, but I'm actually speaking more as an international something. This was very professional, wow. So fundamentally, just for context, in ESN you have city-based sections and you have university-based sections. And as far as I understand, ESN Stockholm is a city-based section and Södertörn is a university-based section. And I believe, as somebody that comes from a city section, that actually these types of sections, especially if there is a geographical distance, actually really benefit the work and empower each other. Why? Realistically, a big section that has under its umbrella, in the case of my section, 60 universities, it's impossible, realistically, to have the same levels of connection that we have with every single one of them. So I'll be realistic with you. We are able to support very efficiently 5, and the other ones we collaborate sporadically. And this is a hot topic in the network, okay? This is not the first time that this is being brought up. This is something that is brought up very recurringly in the international context as well, because sometimes when there are section cooperations, there are multiple ways of cooperating, so you can do events together. I have heard of section cooperations where they share treasury, and so the sections are separated legally, but then in terms of like their treasury work, they are pretty much the same one. So you have multiple ways. You have certain sections that even within the same city, you have like 6 sections that are university-based, and they come together and they have like their own board for that, like a city representative board. So there are multiple ways. This is a discussion that continues to happen that is quite difficult, and I think it's a case-by-case situation that has to be analyzed. But specifically from my experience with collaborating with a university-based section that was really close to our section, it really benefited us and them having this type of connection where we worked together in events, we worked together in certain aspects, but we also had our own independence and had the opportunity to better support international students at the end of the day because of that. So this is a relevant topic. This is something that should be discussed, but I'll be very honest with you. From my experience, this is beneficial for Stockholm as well. And this is beneficial for Södertörn as well. So I think that it's important to bring this type of perspective, because also 192 students, the smallest section in Portugal is 40 students on a regular basis, and that's the bare minimum that we've done our own accounts, like our own counting. That's the bare minimum that we can have to be able to have a section that is able to support themselves and financially sustain themselves within our network. So for instance, that's what works for us. 119 students in Portugal would be a medium-sized section for you guys to have a perception. So this is not a small section from my standards. But with that being said, again, really benefits the network having these types of collaborations. And again, it's a one-by-one case. In this case in particular, for instance, personally, I think it's beneficial for both parts. And then we can go on to Taylor, I think, and then it was Mats, and I don't remember your name, I'm sorry. Maria, and then Abdu, and then Kat.
Taylor, ESN Sweden. I would just like to add, you guys are not that much smaller than us. We maybe only have 100 more students than you. Yeah, we have 300, but they have 192. So 100, I can do math, please. Okay, but so we don't have that many more. Obviously, there's no city nearby that we could be members of, but I think also like we do things that city boards could just never do. We're very close with our international office. We kind of serve for like our students as a representative for the international students' interests. Students have come to us when they have issues with their accommodations here. They come to us when they have issues on campus. The international office comes to us when they need activities for students coming on short-term Erasmus things. Like we do far more than like maybe Stockholm or Gothenburg does with specific universities, just because of the nature of our uni. And also like, I don't know, at smaller universities, very few people speak English here in terms of like our student union activities. A lot of it is all communicated entirely in Swedish. So international students don't really feel like they can go unless like we're collaborating with them. So like we connect students to the university as well.
Oh, are you okay, Sergi? Oh my.
Yeah, I just want to say that for sections, it's not always that bigger is better. For example, coming also from a very small section from Skövde, I'm not actively part anymore, but when I had my, I knew basically most of the participants kind of on a personal level, and people came up to me, were like, hey, this is a suggestion. And I was just, yeah, sure, let's do that. So smaller sections are different vibe, I have the feeling. They are more personal, they are more agile. So yeah, definitely in support for also smaller sections.
Maria.
So, Mariam from OCC Battle. I have, as a ex-member of Skövde here, I think a lot of what I want to say has been said already. But we do Erasmus for international students. That's the main target, basically. I think personally that ESN matters more, actually, in smaller cities than it does in bigger cities, because in a big city you already have the internationalism. People can find activities, but as it's been said, at least here, Student Union, for example, operates fully in Swedish. So as an international student, you'll feel pretty excluded when it comes to a lot of things. So I just want to say that props to you guys, and do not feel intimidated by the number that you have. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we've had here 30 students, new students this time. So like, yes, we do have international students, but the upcoming students will have 30. And all you need to do is just to check the Instagram of ESN Skövde to just see how active it is and how full the events are as well. And at the end of the day, I mean, we brought the NA here, so.
Okay. And then we have Abu. And then Kat, and then Angelo, and then...
First and foremost, thank you for rejoining us. This is amazing. And hopefully, like the other sections that are dead will also take this as an inspiration or motivation to revive the sections. And we really hope for that. I have two part of reaction. The first one is, like everybody said, bigger doesn't mean better, to be honest. And we had active sections like, I don't know if they're here today, BTH, Karlskrona. They had, per semester, they get like 40 students or 50 students. And they were super active, which was good. So please keep doing your work and keep up that. My second part is, it's really good because we are a network. It's really good to collaborate with other sections, close by sections, and also to share best practices. Because ESN Stockholm has been doing good work for the past 2 or 3 years. If like I will strongly suggest you to also get in touch with them, and then get the insight in certain issues you have, in certain challenges you have. Probably maybe you guys will be also experts in an area where they will have problems, and in the future you can help them also. So thank you.
Okay, and then we have Kat, and then Angelo, and then Veronica. And then Christos, I'm sorry. You were in the pool.
I mean, you can all read my comment already, but I just want to say, first of all, I go to Södertörn University. I've been to ESN Södertörn events. I've been to ESN Stockholm events. And it is, like, as a fact, it is awkwardly situated. If we do stuff like, I don't know, philosophy cafes in Stockholm, I wouldn't want to go if I was living in Flemingsberg. And there's a lot of international students living there. So they do have, I think it comes, as of always, on communication. We have to communicate between each other how we're going to collaborate and how close we're going to collaborate. I think it's a good idea to collaborate closely because it's going to take work off both of our boards and active members. But I also think that there is events that they should stay in the section. So I think they have a great application. They have a reason to be there. And as somebody that was going to both and is experienced both is great.
Consult ESN Wiki, by the way. There's a lovely document from 2016 on different ways of section. Yeah, Angelo, and then just a comment. ESN Wiki has a document from 2016 on section cooperation opportunities, and it's really insightful and a really good guideline when you want to cooperate with one another on different ways. You can even get grants, and that document really highlights how to search for them as well. So yeah, be mindful of that. Lulia, tell us.
No, I was going to go into a little bit how it could be beneficial, because having too many campuses is very difficult. We in Luleå know, because we have 4 campuses. 2 of them are 4 hours away: Kiruna, Luleå, Piteå, Skellefteå. And we have a really hard time taking care of the other campuses since all the board members are studying in Luleå. So we could really see how it's beneficial to spread it out but still collaborate with them.
Okay, and then we have, I believe it's Veronica, and then we have you as well, which I don't know your name, sorry. Artem, okay. So I think it was Veronica first, then Artem, then Christos. Yeah.
Veronica, ESN Sweden. I just want to say that I personally come from a section of 30 international students. That is 30. This is not a small section to me, and we did not consider ourselves small. But I do want to say that the uni loved us because there were personal connections. There were personal connections with the ESNers, with the students. So I just want to add to the discussion of bigger not necessarily being better. I did not mean it to say it. Okay. Okay. I just want to say that small section doesn't mean it. That's bad. And I'm just blushing right now. Take the mic from me away. Yeah, just shout out to you guys.
Thank you, Artem.
Yeah, Artem, ESN Lund. So I first and foremost want to thank you for your presentation, and I want to speak as the person who originally comes from a city with no ESN at all. So imagine a city the size of Gothenburg not having ESN and having 2 ESNs in my home country entirely. This is why I do not consider you either small or insignificant, because you basically unite some real factual people. It's 128 motivated persons, and you can do a lot of things with that. And me personally, on behalf both of the Ukrainian students and the ESN Lund, I want to thank you for joining, for your will to join our big and friendly community. And we hope on fruitful collaboration in the future. Wish you lots of luck.
Beautiful. Christos, Gothenburg.
Yeah, Christos Gothenburg. Just a small remark. Don't take it as you're a small section, you shouldn't exist. I've also did my Erasmus in a small section in Sweden, BT8 Karlskrona, and it was very good that there was ESN where like exactly 50 students. And I think if it wasn't, it would be very difficult to have all the events and stuff. So don't take it wrong. I just suggested if you have explored different ways of collaborating with Stockholm, but you know best what works for you and Stockholm. So good luck.
Thank you.
Lovely. Any other comments, or can we close the speakers list? I think we can close the speakers list. A round of applause, everyone. Okay, and now we have the topic of, we have the Vice Communication Manager candidate. We have Lucy. Lucy, you may come to the stage. You'll have 7 minutes to present your application, and then we'll have the 10-minute question round as we've been doing. They do not have a presentation. Oh, sorry, I saw somebody move and I thought that it was Lucy. She's on. She didn't send me. She sent me her application, but she didn't tell me that she wasn't going to be here. She's online, though? That's what you're telling me? Well, in that case, we had a fika break proposed for now. So we'll go for fika, and then we'll also try to get in touch with her in the meantime. And then we'll do, if she gets in touch with us in that time, we'll do her presentation. Yet. Sorry.
I just wanted to follow up on a question that we had before in a question round, if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it.
It's been like 1 or 2 hours, but the question about the coordinators for C battle, how they are chosen, and the OC. So I just wanted, so everybody's on the same page about the knowledge level, how they were chosen this time. The OC was chosen handpicked, mostly from who has been in the OC in Autumn Edition. I don't think that's a proper way to do it, but that's how it is. And a few newer people in because other people quit, and also a few people left. I think 1 or 2. For the coordinators, it was said, I think, in a board meeting that it was also announced that people can sign up. This mail was also sent out to the LR mailing list, February 21st, for all the ones who want to look it up. And all the coordinators that we have also filled that in. So we did not pick anybody who did not sign up. So yeah, this is the stand. I just wanted to tell everybody.
Max. Where is our favorite microphone runner? Oh, oh yeah.
Max Gothenburg, yeah, an answer to that. I said when I talked earlier that there was no open call for the coordinators. This was a mistake. There was one actually, so I'm sorry for that. There was one, I just didn't really, since I was contacted directly by Rizwan to be a coordinator, I assumed that there was none, but there was one, indeed, yeah.
Okay. Any other comments? Oh, we do. Maria. Maybe, Matt, you can just, because she's in front of you, so it's easier.
So I know that we... Oh, sorry. Mariam, OCC Battle. So as we said earlier, mentioned many times that we don't have quite the guideline for how C-Battle works. And of course, for the future, we want to make that, and that is up for the new national board. But as of now, if you have any questions, just come up and ask, really. We're here, me and Mats and Angelo from the OC, and we will gladly answer all your questions, comments, anything you want to know, just come up, guys.
Perfect. Okay. Anyone else? Comments, reactions? I'm not seeing anyone. Okay. We're closing this topic then, and we can now break for the fika break. The fika is currently appointed for 10 minutes, meaning be back at 15:38. Okay? 15:38. the fact that I added WhatsApp here and it's now just adding me to all of the groups because, ugh. Anyway, okay, I think we have the presentation ready. Lovely. Let's hear about Porto. Let's go, Madu. Oh, 38. The part of Portugal, sure. The part of Porto, I don't know anything, so it's not a great idea.
Okay, give me 1 minute
How
because I didn't
beautiful
know.
is that? Wow.
This is actually the presentation
It's
that we
gorgeous.
do for international students. That's why it says welcome to Porto. Can you click for me because I need to. Okay, just give me 1 minute.
It's very pretty. Oh, yes.
Yeah, this is a little bit about our biggest projects. We have Social Impact Days, that is an international thing, but basically we have 1 week or two with events that we go to, how do I say?
You work with other organizations like normally nonprofits and similar civil society organizations, and basically, according to the causes, you decide on activities that you do that are going to be impactful to your local realities. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. We have an ESN Porto scholarship that is kind of a new project, but basically we choose one student per semester and we give them 500 euros as a scholarship when it's like an outgoing student, so a Porto student that is going on Erasmus. We have
Yes, and Lisbon also has one. We were the ones that started it.
Yeah. So basically we also have Erasmus in schools, so we go to schools to show what ESN is and also try to recruit people that are gonna eventually be university students so they can become our volunteers. And also this is a national project that is Christmas with Portuguese retailers, and also we have Christmas with Portuguese families that is for international students not to spend Christmas alone. Okay, one fact about us that we are very proud of and we really, really, really like to point out is that we were elected the Erasmus Destination of the Year 2024.
Whoop whoop.
So everything about Porto is like, we are the Erasmus Destination of the Year.
Please notice Vinha at the corner, just looking incredibly happy, the treasurer of ESN International. This dude. He was so proud. This is hilarious. Oh. Sorry, Madhu. I just had to highlight that
This
because
picture is
it's so
actually
funny.
at the airport when they came back from the EGM and we just went there. Everybody cried a lot and that's it. This is a picture of us. I'm not there actually because we do a retreat. I think Stockholm also does it, but we do like 1 weekend of training and also partying a little bit. And well, this is our section. A little bit about the events that we do. We do trips. This is trip to Lisbon. I think this one is surf trip to Ericeira, which is like a coastal city in Portugal. We do trip to Douro because we have port wine that is very famous. So we go to see where the port wine is made and also try a little bit. And this one is Monte Alegre trip. That is like a tradition in Portugal. So it's like on the Friday, the 13th, they do it. This one is São Martinho. Do you know São Martinho?
Yes. Fundamentally, people eat chestnuts and celebrate, I don't really know what, to be honest, but we celebrate something. And it's actually children in schools, in primary schools and stuff, they also like do little projects with this and everything. So it's like a thing, but it's mostly celebrating chestnuts and autumn.
Okay, this is like all the trips that we do per semester. So we also do Algarve. We were trying to do Madeira. I don't know if you guys know it, but it's an island. You can pass. This is our national event. It's called Erasmus National Meeting. Basically, it's a 3-day event that we go to Algarve, which is South Portugal. It's like the most famous destination for summer. And we are just there, like we have a beach party, then night party, pool party, night party, beach party, night party. This is ENM. It's around like 500, 600 students. We also do parties like every Wednesday, and also we do a few route parties. This is Carnival Party. It usually has like around 1,000 students. This is Graffiti Party and Pool Party. And we also do activities like every week. This is also to try port wine, but it's in the city of Porto. We don't go on to another city. This is world dinner. Everyone brings a dish from their country, and we just try. And this is surf classes. And this was a Zumba class, I guess. Yes. And we also do some things like tile painting that is very famous in Portugal, and some cultural things. And we also go to, I don't know how to say this, but I like animals.
Animal shelters.
Yes, this. And that's it. And this is a new event that is a country showcase. So basically, every week we have a group of students from one country showcasing their culture and also food and dance. Yes. Do you want to talk about this?
What? The academic week? No.
Okay. So this is like a Portuguese tradition, but we have a queima das fitas, which is like when the students that are graduating, they do like a parade. And this, we usually say this so the students know that they have 1 week off, and it's like a tradition. And we have like the parades, and then later the concerts. And this is the QR code for our Instagram if you're interested. And that's basically it.
Oh, there you go. And merch.
Oh, welcome, kid. Our merch. This is like when they get an ESN card, we give a tote bag, a cup, and a t-shirt.
Oh, the office hours?
Yeah.
Monday to Friday. Very nice. And then, if Portuguese buddy can help me. Oh, yeah, then this is the part of
Yeah, this is like another initiative that we have. This presentation was from international students, so basically it's like ESN buddy.
No, I don't have anything to add.
No?
I don't.
Yeah. Talk about it.
I don't. We're short on time as well. I'll tell you about Lisbon in another time because we're starting to go short on time, and I still want you guys to have a section consultation. But thank you to everyone that presented. It was very lovely to see all of the stuff that you guys are up to. And I now.
The device communication, can you see?
She's replied? She hasn't replied to me. Has she replied? Oh? Okay. Then we are going to section consultation. Discussion about responsibilities of the NB and NBS. So I ask that Mikhail opens the document. I also don't know if anybody from the proposing section wants to come down and talk a little bit about it and why they proposed it. Or I can hand you over the microphone. Where's the microphone? The second one.
Discussions. It's here. Wait.
Yeah. So, proposing section. Wait for
No?
Yeah, there you go.
Ah, bueno.
So I need screen.
I want to say why I look like an idiot for the first thing to begin. Yeah. Yeah, anyway, yeah, somebody stole our flag, and this is what I have to do until the next break, so don't get distracted. Yeah, anyway, I hope that you've all read this. I'm basically just going to repeat what's written in there. We worked on this with after the long call with Rizwan. And basically then we realized that there's nothing really in the official documents that would state the general responsibilities and expectations for national board and as well board support members. And this is some points we came up with that we agreed on, and it's something that we would, I guess, like to propose at the future National Assembly.
Max Gothenburg. So yeah, I hate to be that guy, but we did vote against the approval of late documents, which I think this one of them. So we should first approve this document before we talk about it.
But I mean, the topic was approved. What wasn't approved was the documentation. So basically, the documentation is not approved. So we can approve it now. But the topic is still on.
Yeah, but I mean, as long as we don't have the document, we can do the topic without the document. But
Yeah,
let's
that's
approve
the
the
thing.
document. Yeah.
So anybody, okay, putting this into the same thing that we did with the minute approvers, do you approve the late submission of the discussion about responsibilities of the NB and amendment of the vote of no confidence document? So, yes, and Boris. Okay, yes. Yes, and Gothenburg. Yes, and Kalmar. No? Yes. Okay, sorry. It's just that, guys, please don't speak whilst this is going through. Otherwise, this will be a mess. Karlstad. Linköping. Luleå. Abstain. Okay. Lund. Malmö. Hovde, sorry. Stockholm. Uppsala. Vakue. Okay, then with 11 yeses and 1 abstain, we're going to see the document. Thank you, everyone, and sorry for this misunderstanding, and thank you, Max, for pointing it out.
Job.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so as I was saying that this is something we would like to work with, but also like to see what everybody thinks about it so that we don't have to discuss this again at the next National Assembly when we should already be approving it. And we also discussed some things between us that I think should be applicable for everybody in ESN Sweden, not just for the national board members. So for example, with the cruise example, that means that nobody should be doing something that is competing with ESN Sweden, not just the national board members. So that's what I meant by the first point, but yeah.
Yeah, you can see in the second point that we suggested that to continuously provide information about ongoing initiatives, official ESN meetings. We think it's nice that a lot of the candidates today said they will collaborate with the sections more and not just provide information, but also consult the sections and decide a lot of stuff together. But we mostly suggested this as a way of having checks and balances so the sections know what is going on and we don't just surprisingly find out something in the middle of the year and then we have to catch up with everything happening. So it's mostly a way, we will discuss together how we'll do it, but it's mostly a way to have some control over what is happening and also everyone will know better how ESN is working for someone who wants to be in the national level in the future.
I mean, yeah, it was my initiative. I did some original like proposals, and then Gothenburg kind of changed it to, and it ended up being this final document. In general, I think it is like this is also like more of a statement of we are ESN. We also like we want our national organization to be kind of like a successful organization without having like so much conflict, and this is kind of like to prevent that in that sense. But also, this also I think represents a little bit that we're still ESN for international students. And we need to keep that in mind every time when we vote, when we're here, when we're like having conflicts with other people. Because really, we are trying to get the best for the students, not the best for us personally. And I think especially in NAs and like with transparency and with impartial and everything like that, it's just underlining that.
Okay. I want to highlight this. This is a discussion topic, meaning now they're presenting what they're talking, but then it will be a discussion point, so you guys can add your questions, your comments, everything to Slido so that we can actually make this a productive thing. So if there's anything in particular that you would like to see changed, that you want to highlight in this within the topic of national board and national board support structures, then this is the time to do so and to address it. I just wanted to say that as CT. So, Matt.
I absolutely love the ideas. That would make, especially like the vote of no confidence, I really like that you want to make it easier. We had the problems with, okay, then we have to wait until the next NA. That's going to take. But oh yeah, no, but I mean you're proposing changes, so yeah, I really love the changes. But there's one problem I think that those changes do not tackle, and that is you need to find a section who proposes a vote of no confidence, and that is quite hard. Like this time, it was done by Rafte. I did not take part. I abstained in this thing because of a conflict of interest as being part of both boards. But ESN Rafte struggled with having the manpower. That's why the vote of no confidence came quite late, and only in January, and not a few weeks after NA Linköping. While the bigger sections who do have the manpower, would be Stockholm, Gothenburg, Linköping, maybe Lund, they have a lot of manpower. They did not speak up. Also, last mandate, it was apparent that the treasurer back then was not doing their job right, and it did not come to a vote of no confidence until Stockholm ran into financial problems because of themselves. So I'm not sure. Maybe there are. Maybe we can also have something put in the statutes that holds the sections accountable to that they have to speak up if they see that there's misconduct. Because currently, yeah, you can have a lot of wonderful rules about the vote of no confidence, but in the past there have been struggles for finding a section who is willing and who is invested enough in the national level to actually bring it forward. I don't know, maybe someone else has also ideas how to facilitate that.
Hi, yeah, Taylor from Skövde. I also just wanted to add, I think that a social media conduct guideline should be included in the ethical guideline. As a part of the ethics, I do think you need to make that clear that if you are on the board, like you represent the board and you should maybe be considerate of how you behave on social media, even on your personal accounts.
I would ask if you mean like the personal social media or like a Vim violation, but
So
you,
I
you
guess
covered the
let
question.
me clarify really quick, because where I come from in like the United States, fraternities, sororities are very big. They have a lot of very serious rules about how you can behave as a member on social media, especially around drinking specifically. But so for instance, the issue where we potentially lost our partnership with Drink More Water because of something the previous president posted on his private Instagram, like to me, that would have been unacceptable at an organization in the United States because the guidelines would have said you can't behave that way at a function for an event where you are a representative of the organization. And generally, also, like, for instance, members would not be allowed to post themselves wearing like their sorority colors or their like names with alcohol and things like that. Obviously, like, maybe not to that extreme, but just the fact that the way you behave, especially when you are a board member, represents how the board is, and your social media is not private no matter what you believe about your social media. So I do think we should have a clarification that like members should be considerate of how they behave, particularly when wearing partnership merchandise or even ESN merchandise, because that is a reflection of our organization and our values.
Just to clarify, this is a discussion and we're not suggesting any changes to the statutes. We just set up the discussion now, and maybe in the next NA, we will all together, like we can collaborate on that and write the suggestion for the statutes together. This is my personal answer, and we have talked a little bit about it. We don't have always the same opinion, but I would like to make, I agree with having social media guidelines, but I would have like so it's like if it's your personal social media, it's different than using the section social media. And it's also if you're wearing ESN merch while doing something, it's different. Or if you're, yeah, for example, I wouldn't do if someone is just in holidays and they're drinking and it's unacceptable behavior, like I wouldn't include that. So I would say we should have very specific guidelines for that. What we mean, yeah.
This is Musse from ESN Karlstad. How do you guys would ensure fair treatment inside the ESN?
That's again like going back to what Krista said right now, is it's also up to you to maybe propose that. Because as of right now, you can write anything you want, but in the end you can only go to the code of conduct and propose a vote on repercussions that are basically not even actually described by there much, or you can have the vote of no confidence. And that is a very good question, again, for everybody to consider on how to actually deal with the possible violations of these things, because Matt said it's not going to be easy to find the section, but at the other hand, well, what are you going to do then? Like somebody has to say, okay, I believe this is not right, and then propose a vote or something. Because then if you want to go into something that automatically triggers something else, then you would have words and pages of definitions. And that is really not what we're here for. We're not, lawyers. We still want to do the events for the international students and so on, and not read law documents.
Again, that's the personal opinion. Like, of course, we'll discuss this together. But I think it could be, like, if you have an audit team, they are kind of responsible for also this. If we don't, it's also part of every section. Like, if they notice something they don't like, for me personally, the vote of no confidence is like the last measure I would take. I would first, like, maybe send a personal message, maybe an email, like more official email, like try to find other ways. If we have like regularly updating us about these things, it's not going to be that difficult. But yeah, the vote of no confidence for me is like the last measure. I think we have other ways till we reach that point that we can use. So yeah, it's very difficult, especially if you're a small section. You cannot focus on everything that's happening in the national board. It's, of course, even for larger sections, it's like too much work to actually police the national level, and it's not our job exactly. So I totally agree with that. But yeah, it's a lot of processes that we can use, and not just writing a vote of no confidence, I think. But we'll discuss this also till the next NA.
Yes. Astrid, Sweden, do I have to say that? I don't know. I just wanted to add that if we do like which I assume we're doing, sort of a description of like what duties do you have when you are a national level member, it would be very nice to add that formal engagement against aims of ESN Sweden is not accepted. What I mean by this, I mean, obviously it's a direct reference to the fact that Risvin is head of both Sea Battle, but also organizing a competing cruise. Because it's extremely, like, we had this really long call and he was like, I really don't have bad intentions, but it's just very, very difficult to judge a situation based on somebody's intentions. And it would be much nicer to just have some guidelines that are pretty black and white about whether or not that's acceptable. That's the specific situation. There also can be other situations. For instance, I think the example that I've used a couple of times is that as an individual, I am perfectly free to become a member of a party in Sweden that advocates against the internationalization of education in Sweden. I just should not be the education officer of ESN Sweden at the same time. And I think it would be very fine to have some guidelines that are like, all right, you got to choose between these two aims because they're competing. I agree that it would be nice also to have guidelines in social media behavior, but I think we also should be a little bit careful not to sort of, like I've definitely been in unions before where there were issues and then we started to over procedure ourselves. Like every time we had an issue, we were like, oh my God, let's get a procedure for this. And it just made it really difficult for ourselves. I think it would be nice with some kind of phrasing of like national level members should be like, I don't know, like engage with like logos of ESN or whatever in a respectable manner in public. This includes social media. Something quite nice, simple. Yeah, that's my opinion.
Hello. I just wanted to add that, to my knowledge, currently it seems a bit extreme, but we don't seem to have any guidelines for how to remove someone from ESN at all, really. Like, I know it seems extreme, but I feel like with in the past how we've had quite a few questionable things happen from varying degrees of legal and things. I feel like there should be some form of guideline in place for if someone does something that is, for example, illegal versus like if they do something illegal, we should be able to remove them from the organization as opposed to have to jump through several hoops and wait months to form a meeting, or at least there should be something where like an interim, they are removed entirely, or some form of guidelines for if someone goes really against ESN's values completely to the point of where legality is questioned, there should be some form of process.
Adam has it. Yeah, basically, I generally agree, but at the same time, what we have to consider in these measures is when this action could be taken against somebody that doesn't deserve it, which is also very important to consider, to not give somebody too much power over these decisions.
You guys are static. Enjoy.
Nikki, are there ways to actually remove someone from ESN completely?
Yeah, currently we do have the code of conduct of ESN Sweden. It is not very well described as far as I'm aware, but that which actually though means that basically anybody in the National Assembly and the National Board can propose anything that doesn't contradict this document. So if it doesn't contradict, you can just make a proposal for a vote to remove somebody if it doesn't contradict the documents we have. So you are free to do that, but again, it would be nice to have it for everybody to know that, to not like have to come up with this thing. That's one thing. Other thing is there's also the code of conduct of ESN International, which is automatically applicable to everything we do in your local sections everywhere. So that is another way, which is also what happened.
Adam from ESN Kalmar. So I was for the document that you guys posted, just a bit. I mean, perhaps maybe you guys can include like financial guidelines, like more details, how to like handle such like value like that, like basically like how to handle money properly, like in a form like so there's like proper spending, and then that way it's like just as Mats mentioned earlier, like how ESN Stockholm, they had financial difficulties before. So that way it's like for future members, they know like kind of instructions on what to do, I guess, on like how to handle stuff like this. So just like more just included in the details, I guess.
This is a reaction to the comment that you made earlier with the that maybe you would take that extreme measurement of removing someone from the section when they don't totally deserve it. I think what Lina meant, she mentioned the word legal, and in the past, we did have questions that got to the legal issue, like police and whatnot. So if it's breaking of a law, I'm not talking even about our laws. If it's like the country law, then I totally agree that we need to have a measurement of that removes someone totally.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question whether, because currently auditors are not allowed to raise a vote of no confidence. And yeah, it's a question whether they should be allowed or whether that should be a privilege that's only for the sections. Because theoretically, the auditors represent the sections and control the national board. So for me, it sounds like something is an institution that should be allowed to raise such a vote. But I don't know what the others think.
We can discuss. Yeah.
In my local section, we have, just for context, we have some history behind stealing money and stuff like that. And the way that we have actually implemented this is that our audit team is in charge of is one of the, so not only can the members like ask for more clarification on the budget and ask to review it, but we also have our audit team that if they identify anything, they can automatically, like kind of about this person, they can automatically propose this into the GA. So this might be an option to explore if it makes sense for your realities.
But do they suggest a vote of no confidence, or do they just
We don't have vote of no
propose
confidence. So
that
we don't have a
someone
vote of no confidence. That's not a reality in my section nor in my NO. But so what happens actually is just a proposal, like they present the topic and then they, if it's extensive enough, it will be a proposal of expulsion. If it's not an expulsion, it's at least a discussion in the assembly.
Oh, okay. In 4 section, maybe a warning system on top of a vote of no confidence might also be interesting. So, for example, sections can also just warn them, and if there are 3 warnings from different sections, then it automatically goes to a vote of no confidence. But then you have like a procedural step by step, and yeah, that might be a good addition.
I totally agree, like having these warning systems.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, Remy Stockholm. Just a remark that in our section to propose a vote of non-confidence, we need something like approval of 20% of the members, so that to avoid these cases where there's a war of, okay, one person only can propose a vote of non-confidence and then it gets highly unstable. And yeah, I believe that maybe changing the statuses in that way, that maybe requires the approval of 2 or 3 sections, so that it's a joint vote of no confidence, or at least proposition, might be beneficial. That's my opinion.
Can I make a quick comment first?
Please try to stay concise because we are extending this topic. Then we have the OC presentation, and we also want to ensure that that happens.
I don't really think that this is fair because a vote of no confidence is just a section calling for us to discuss it. Then all of the sections still have to vote. So, I mean, if somebody thinks that they've done nothing wrong, they could absolutely defend themselves and then not be voted out. So it seems a little silly to say that one section being able to call a vote of no confidence is too much power.
The vote of no confidence will be discussed tomorrow. So if it's, yeah, the vote of no confidence will be discussed tomorrow. So if your remarks and comments are regarding that, I don't want to force you, but I would suggest that we leave them for tomorrow because we don't have time.
Who else had a comment? I think Leslie had a comment, and I am trying to see if I missed anyone. For tomorrow, was it okay? Anybody has some remark to make that is not regarding expulsion / votes of no confidence? Okay, I have a comment then to close this session as well. First of all, thank you for bringing this to the assembly. I think that this is the type of fruitful conversations that benefit everyone in every single section and that you should be having in this general assembly. This is a perfect example of a topic that is relevant for everyone and that should be addressed and discussed in an assembly setting, so that the outcomes are very clear for everyone that has partaken and even not partaken but has access to the mailing list, which should be every member of ESN Sweden. And then my other remark would be, I would suggest for the proposing parties of these topic to ponder when they're building, if they decide to go ahead and build some type of articles around this topic, to actually also do some type of consultation with the sections. You can open a forum, you can try to just see how, open a forum as well, just see what works best for also your availability, but for the other sections, for them to also be able to actively partake. In that way, I think that all of you benefit better from this construction, I guess. Any other comments, things that want to be added? Okay, if not, we're moving to the OC. Thank you so much for bringing up the topic. Round of applause. Can it be silent, not silent? You decide. Okay, go for it.
Oh, because it said remark on expulsion, I assume that it was regarding the topic that we're covering tomorrow for the vote of no confidence, but you can cover it. Okay, then. Yeah, go for it. Yeah. No problem. Go for it. And then we'll move to the OC. So OC, you can start moving down so that you're ready for the presentation. Hofde, OC, you can start coming down here to hang out with us.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a super quick. I just wanted to make a very quick comment regarding people have been talking about maybe we should have guidelines for how to get someone out of the network completely and stuff like this. Although I see how it's nice to have guidelines for it and so forth, in practice, it is really, really horrible. I have been a board member in a union where we literally had to like throw someone out and tell him like you can no longer show up like at any types of events that are related to our union. Surprised because of sexual harassment. And it was just horrible for everybody. And this guy would cap and he like would keep complaining and like, oh, but what if this and that? And people that were previously his friends had to tell him like, no, you can never show up at our events ever again. Like it was just really, really bad for everybody. My point with this is it's really nice that we make these like duties and guidelines and so on to just focus on removing people from power positions that they are maybe not fit for, but not focus so much on things like expulsion, because in practice, it's just a really terrible process. So yeah, that was my comment.
Your input. Okay, I don't know if that was, thank you Astrid for your input. And we now move on to the OC presentation. So go for it, guys. Do you have a presentation?
Can we send you on WhatsApp the presentation?
Okay, there's one on WhatsApp.
But I think we can start talking about the OC because the presentation is more about Skövde and the university. So originally our international student coordinator, Frida, wanted to come, and Louise from the Welcome House, but unfortunately they do not have time this weekend. So we're gonna do the presentation for them. And also I wanted to say a big shout out for the Welcome House, especially for Louise, because Louise organized all the welcome bags. So yeah, this was pretty cool. Like this is one of the perks of living in a small city like Skövde. Yay. There's a video? Oh God. Our the small city. Okay. I'm gonna start talking about the University of Skövde now. So it's located in Sweden, as you all know, and we are in Skövde, which is a pretty nice location because it's right between Gothenburg and Stockholm, so you can come to both cities quite quick. Here, these are our like the different schools we have. So we have mainly engineering, informatics, business, health science, and bioscience. Especially the game development, like the informatics one, is quite big here. Also, Skövde is like one of the main cities for game development. Yeah, so that's quite interesting. Whoa.
Coffee Stain is here, based in Skövde.
Yeah, and the goat simulator is also from Skövde.
Yeah, that's from Coffee Stain.
Yeah, okay. That's why I said. Okay, then, so how it all started. The university was founded in 1977, and then, yeah, it went on. You can read through it. I think it's the presentation of the university, so there's a lot of information on here, which is not really necessary. But, yeah, here you can see our beautiful campus. As you've seen, it's quite nice when the sun is out, and you can actually spend time outside. So, oh yeah. Also, can you open that? Does it work? Otherwise, we can also show it later, because actually Skövde is Student City of the Year. Yay! We will send the video into the spam chat. Yeah, so you can look at it. Yeah, student life. Oh, this is KB, for those of you who went there yesterday. This is our student club. It is good. It is decent. Yeah. Oh yeah. So when you go back one slide, this is one of our main student accommodations. It is called the Chlamydia Tower. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Something terrible happening there.
Yeah. And yeah. So as you can see here, student life. I mean, you've seen the city. It is quite small, but
Let the OC speak. Come on. It's
okay, as you can see, it is quite small. I mean, I guess some of you have been to the city center. Everything is in walking distance, but we still have a good student union and student groups, like one of them, ESN Skövde. Yay. And yeah, here you can see a few pictures of the campus. Yeah. We also have Billingen, which is like the main thing Skövde advertises with. It's a hill. Like for me, it is a hill because I'm from Germany, so from the south. It's not a mountain, even though they love to say it's a mountain. And yeah. It is not. No, you can just go on. Yeah. Here, Sweden Game Arena is very big. We also have the science park. So the science park is especially for startups. So if you want to start a startup, you just go to the science park and they will help you with stuff. Yeah, that is it. Oh, we also have Volvo in Skövde. Yay. Okay, now we wanted to talk about our mascot. You want to talk about it?
This is our mascot. It has like, no, it's from the style. Doesn't have a name because in Skövde we believe that volunteers should have power. So we'll let them decide the name. Yeah, it has 1 week, 2 weeks year old. Yeah, it's 2 weeks year old. It's Swedish, completely Swedish because it's from IKEA. And yeah, it has a really, really good beanie, right? Who likes the octopus beanie? Everyone likes the octopus beanie. Who wants one beanie? Do you want to talk about the beanies?
I want to talk about the beanies. Okay, so all of you have gotten a beanie. You're welcome back. But as you see, it's a bit thin. It's a bit iffy. So I'm sure that many of you are gonna want a better one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, lucky for everyone in this room, we are selling beanies.
Woohoo!
No, it's fine. I can. Okay. So they come in 3 colors: black, as you see here,
Burgundy.
This this maroon, burgundy, or red wine tone, whatever you want to call it, we don't care, and baby blue, which I don't have an example for. No.
Cheers.
Well, yeah, a bit later, but they all look really good, and you should all buy one.
How much is one?
For the very cheap price of
50 krona.
Woohoo!
That's nice. That's nice.
Do you think I do marketing? This is the first sales pitch I've ever done.
Let's see how it goes.
The discount is 50. The base price is 100 krona.
50% discount.
Yeah? That is how much we value you.
I feel so precious.
Thank you, OC.
Woohoo! We have 7 minutes on the clock. Anybody wants a comment, reaction, whatever? We have Nikki asking for a video of what? Sorry? Which video? Sorry. Ah, okay. So we have a very special request, which everybody will get the chance to see. We'll stream it as soon as we find it. Mikkel. Yeah, no, yeah, yeah. There you go. Yeah. No, you put, yeah. You're not ready for this, guys. I mean, you must be because you knew about it. So. No, what's happening? Oh, it's up there. See? Sorry. Okay, we're streaming yet another video. Matt, you seem to be the biggest supporter of Hovde after this video. Biggest supporter. We loved it. It was, how do you say it? It was very popular amongst these internationals. So it was small. Let's go Skövde, University of Sweden. Okay. Oh, this is too good. Oh.
Making a good thing better.
Okay, comments, stuff that you want to add. You still have 4 minutes on the clock. If not, we'll move into just OC announcements about social program for tonight and stuff like that. And we'll close the day of today. Okay. I do. Oh, yes, I do. I also have an announcement. So I'll do the announcement first. Hello, everyone. My announcement is quite serious. And fundamentally, it was a mistake that we have noticed as we were in the middle of the mandate and presentations. This, so the standing orders and the statutes that the sharing team had access to weren't the most updated version. And there has been voting on a specific article in ESN, in NS Karlstad last year for summer, where you only allow for 3 mandates from anyone that's holding a national level position. Now, you have to consider that national mandates include national board, auditing team, so auditing main auditor, financial auditor, all of that, and also national board supporters. So these people cannot do more than 3 mandates. In light of this, unfortunately, Tanzim's application is therefore invalid. He was actually the one that brought it up because he remembered it and he sent in a message about this, and he just wanted to formally tell you this, so I will just read a message from him. I don't want to start illegally. My application is invalid due to the limitation rules implemented. I take down my application, but I would like the new national level to take into the ideas I propose and think about those. I'm happy to have a chat if they want to ever, and best of luck to ESN Sweden. So this was Tanzim's announcement regarding this situation. Once again, on behalf of the CT, I want to apologize. We did not have the standing orders updated as such. Also, to try to mitigate this, I have started an Excel
that will therefore from now on be used. I will also add it into the transition documents that we have from CT, but I've created an Excel that basically tracks the updates in the standing orders and also the statutes and also proposals that have happened previously so that it's easier for the upcoming people to track that and understand like how basically these regulamentations have changed throughout the years. So yeah, on behalf of the city, I want to apologize for you for this situation as well. But once again, we weren't fully informed as we should have been, and luckily Tanzim was noticed this and immediately like also corrected this, so which was also very correct, like a very good measure from his side as well. So yeah, that's the announcement that I have to make on behalf of the city. And with that being said, we can now move into the OC announcements, talk a little bit about what the social program is going to be, if you guys are allowed to leave your stuff here or not, all of that hot topics. So I now pass on the word to Santiago. Oh, actually, no, sorry, for Kim, I think. I'm not sure. Kim, Madalena, one of you, I don't know, guys, somebody from the OC. Initially, I thought that it was going to be you because you were here. No, you immediately moved here, so I was like, oh, it's Santi.
So tonight we're gonna go to Mike's Pub, which is my favorite place in Skövde. So you're lucky to go there. It's amazing. They also have live music at 10. So you will be able to decide if you want to stay at Mike's Pub or you want to come with us to karaoke. Karaoke? Karaoke.
I have a
It's also
question,
lot of
Kim.
fun.
At what time is the social program? At what time should we
Starts
meet?
at 7.
It starts at 7, so the thing was correct. Okay, lovely. I just
7 for dinner at Mike's Pub. We will send the location into the group chat. Yeah. No. You'll just get food. But you can buy drinks. Yes. Yeah. The karaoke place is way too expensive. I think it's like around 90 krona for a cider. So drink at Mike's Pub. Or go to System Bologna before that. Yeah, we will send all the locations into the announcements. So, yeah. So you have to be at Mike's Pub at 7 p.m. to get your dinner. Yeah. No, you cannot leave your stuff in here because the uni closes at 6, and then you won't be able to enter anymore. Oh, you can do that. We will be in the same room. So you can leave the stuff in here. Yeah, so don't leave your wallet or something.
There's going to be a change in the daylight saving time thingy. You know what I mean? Like the hour delay. English is not my main language, guys. Come on. I'm trying here. Adam.
Oh, basically, I think.
Is that at 2 is 3, right?
Yeah, exactly.
At 3 is 2 again.
No, it's the other way around. It goes to 3.
No, but it's 1
Oh,
hour
no.
of sleep.
No, it's less.
You
1 hour
lose 1
less.
hour of sleep, guys. Basically, you're sleeping 1 less hour tonight. Okay? Sorry. Max. Come on. Don't start me on this. But Nikki, you want to go?
Thank you. I have to ask you for 30 more seconds because we got our flag stolen and Christos wants to make a speech.
I don't know who stole our mascot, but you're terrible people. Yeah, I want to really thank the NA organizing. Yeah, I'm not doing this just for getting our mascot back or flag. Yeah, flag. It's because I want to thank the amazing organizing committee of Hovde for making this NA in very difficult circumstances and making it so nice. The food has been amazing. I ate so much yesterday. Thank you so much. I also want to thank our chairing committee, which for one more time has been great again and did a great work. Even though they had some problems, they managed to actually do a very good job. Thank you. How many seconds do I have? Okay. Yeah, thank you, Michele. You did a great job with the technical team. And thank you, Madhu, for taking all the minutes there. It's amazing. Right, I'm not improvising to waste all my seconds. Thank you, Anna. You've been great with the time schedule. I don't know how you manage this. Like, we had a lot of stuff to talk about. Is it over? Yeah, cool. What? Oh, do I get a card? Nice.